The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kickoff making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite Sirius XM FC shows on the all-new Sirius XM app, now available for all subscribers.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. The LA Kings are in town in the midst of a 7-game trek to open their season away from their rink. It's being renovated. And that causes the delay, although the last 2 games on the 7-game trip are in Anaheim, which is pretty well home, and then Vegas, which isn't too far away. So tomorrow night in Montreal, that's pretty well the extent of the traveling, and then they head back. But still, 7 games. Next Thursday night is actually their home opener. That's really going late into the season. As far as the Leafs are concerned, lineup flexibility, we don't know for sure that Nylander's in, although it looks like he will be, and that means that somebody's out. Lineup flexibility is a key. Coach Craig Berube on that.
Well, it's important for sure, right? I think, we have pieces where, guys can go in the middle. Domi, Willie I used last game in the middle. You got Camphor, you got Holmberg, obviously Austin when Johnny T was out. So it's an important spot, and it's good to have that depth.
What did you like from what you saw from Domi when you've had him in the middle?
Well, he was moving really well. I think he moves a lot better in the middle, I would say, and moving his feet, and he's a very good playmaker. So when he gets open ice and gets some speed going, he can really skate. He's dangerous. He can make plays. And saying that, he should shoot more. He had a couple opportunities, and he passed up on some shots. So it's we're trying to get him to shoot a little bit more on his opportunities.
How do you convince the guy to do that, though? Because that's been a refrain.
Well, it's a habit, right? And habits take time to break. And, it's just about constant reminders. And, and I think in practice it's important that he's, probably overshooting at times and just trying to get out of those habits.
What's the biggest challenge the Kings present?
They're heavy, big team, strong down low in the offensive zone. They play a different style than they have in the past. They're a lot more on the go now, and they got some very good players over there with their leader, Kopitar. Fiala's dangerous. They're good in the power play. Scored 3 the other night, I think, against Ottawa. So we got to be disciplined, but they're a big, heavy team. It's anytime you play the Kings, and this has been for years now, it's just it's going to be a battle. We got to win the battles. We got to be strong at our net front. Puck battles are important tonight. So that's all important stuff.
So let's deal with the LA Kings. This is a team that has a certain way to play, and if it doesn't work out, they don't stray from that. They just play the same way, don't they?
Yes, they're a team that is very, very heavy on the walls, and we saw some of the reports last year about 80-90% of the game being won along the wall. And this is the team that has a lot of depth, especially in the center position. And you're looking at a team that has Quinton Byfield as a third-line center who's 6'4", 220 pounds. That just shows the depth that you have up front. So it's going to be interesting for Toronto and Craig Berube how he's going to really roll out these lines. What are going to be the matchups? Because there's 3 solid lines that can step up and perform statistically for this LA Kings team too. And return of Trevor Moore, who's one that really got away, I believe. He was a solid player that can add some offense as well. We're seeing Tanner Jeannot, who had a really good preseason for LA as well. And we know what Anze Kopitar could do. So he's a guy that can shut down your top line and add offense. So if I'm Toronto tonight, a little bit of discipline, but you don't want to get into a shootout. We see that they can put in the puck in the net based on their 3-1, 4-2 leads that eventually ended up in an 8-7 loss for them last night. So I can expect a lot tighter checking game by LA tonight, but they're not afraid to add to their offense.
So let's do a now and then. Then a year ago, LA came in here and won 4-1 on Halloween night. So obviously October 31st. And that was a predictable performance based on how the Leafs played last year. Based on how they're playing this year, how should this be different?
For LA or for Toronto?
No, for Toronto.
I think for Toronto, I think a start is really, really key. And we talked about earlier about not getting caught in your zone for extended period of times, because if you're playing against a team like LA that's big and heavy, that can really, really lean on you, that could create problems for you defensively. So if I'm Toronto, you don't want to spend extended time in your zone, quick ups, but do not turn the puck over the neutral zone, because they have some players in Lafreniere and Fiala and Turcotte. Those are guys that on that transition offense can really put the puck in the net. So you don't want to turn it into a track meet. But I think for Toronto, they've done a really good job of managing the puck this year, and they don't really have a panic in their game defensively. So continue to do that. But I think, I'm tired of talking about Austin Matthews and his performance so far, but I think he's due for a big, big night. And we talked about Jimmy Ralph and his prediction. I think it was 1.5. He took the over. He was telling us pregame that I expect a big night from Matthews and that top line.
Well, all he'd have to do is just keep playing the same way he has, and he should hit for a couple. Let's talk about, we just heard Craig Berube on lineup flexibility. So Saturday, Domi started on the third line and wound up in the second line and did some shuffling there, and Holmberg started in the second line, went down to the third line, so did McMahon, and Robertson moved up. I mean, that was very effective, wasn't it?
It does, because it creates different looks, obviously, but it makes the other team maybe say, okay, you know what, we got to try to match that. And I think with Toronto, they have a lot of depth. They have 9 forwards that can step up and play up and down the lineup. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Steve Lorentz, if he continues to perform at a high level, maybe getting some top line minutes. And you've seen McMahon up and down. And but I think the biggest Swiss Army knife on this team is Max Domi. And we heard Craig Berube talk about him wanting to shoot a little bit more, but that's not his game. He is a facilitator. We saw what he did with Austin Matthews on a small sample size last year. He is a facilitator of the puck. He is a big, big player of this team. And I could see him now having a big game just based on his offense, especially if you're hiding him maybe second or third line as well.
So we'll get into the full lineup at the bottom of the hour, but what that means is Domi's likely to center the second line and Tavares the third line. This is Mitch Marner on Domi's fit at center.
Mitch, when Max has moved to the middle, what have you noticed about his game? What makes him a good guy to fit in there when you need a guy?
Well, I think he's done a great job in the faceoff dot. Very reliable down low, plays hard, battles hard. He doesn't cheat for the offensive side of the puck either. So I think he's a good option down there. Can move very well, like I said, and battles hard.
Mitch, what's the importance of having multiple guys who can play either center or wing on this team?
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, throughout obviously 82 games, a lot of stuff happens, a lot of stuff goes down. So to be able to fill those roles, it's not an easy task to do, but I think we have a lot of guys that can fill that role real easy and play really any spot in the lineup, which is very important going down the stretch.
What have your impressions been of Grant Clark? I know you guys are both Don Mills Flyers alumnus, but beyond that, what have your impressions been of him so far?
Yeah, I haven't honestly watched much from the NHL, but obviously knew he was a hell of a player in junior and did some amazing things there in the OHL. So, a guy that can move the puck very well, can move his feet very well, makes heads-up plays. So, got to try to rush him, make it uncomfortable for him.
How do you like the mix with Austin there on the PK?
Yeah, it's been great. We did a little bit last year. Obviously, we talked a lot throughout last year, just trying to figure out, just communication-wise. That's the most important thing I always think of when we go out there together is just communicating to one another, especially when pucks get into battles on the wall or anything like that, and we can get first touch on it. I think we've done a really good job of communicating to one another that one of us is going to be in one spot and one of us is going to be in the other, and just trying to, make an easy play to get the puck down 200 feet. And I think we've done a good job of it. And at the same time, I don't think we're cheating for the offensive side of it. We're not trying to go down and score goals. So we're trying to get the kill first and foremost, and that's the most important part.
What's impressed you the most about how Stolarz has started the season?
I think just his calmness and, getting thrown into the fire right away. He's done a great job of it. He's been awesome in the locker room. It's just been really great to see him kind of take that role and, thrive in it.
What's the process look like for you guys on the power play now as you're trying to work through the early season here?
Just stay patient with it. Obviously, it's a long season, like I spoke about. Stuff doesn't always go your way at the very start of it. You got to find ways through, adversity at the start, and it hasn't gone our way on the power play. I think the last couple games it's slowly gotten better. Just puck movement wise, being in the right positions. Something we do talk about is needing to get more pucks around that net, create more of a shot mentality, and we'll try to do that going forward, but at the same time still try to make those plays and use our skill out there.
Mitch Marner, really on the power play, it's just reps, isn't it?
It's patience. So let's all collectively take a deep breath. And that's what he said. But again, we're talking about this group, taking the next step in their development. And So the power play is a big part of it, and no one's going to dice that up. Special teams have to be special, and if you want to be a top 5-10 team in the league, you got to sort of come out of the gates running. But the one thing is, they're not resting on their laurels. They're trying different looks. They're trying different guys at the point. They're moving guys up and down. They're giving the second unit a little bit more ice time, and that's what I think is going to be the key this year, because they do have the talent, and it's going to be tough for penalty kills now to really, really front pucks and really, really do a good job killing when you have two solid units. So for me, yes, it's early. You got to be a little bit more patient, and it is a long season. And I think in a week or two, we'll be talking about a different story with regards to this Leafs group.
Really, when you're talking about new coaching staff, the difference between this one and the last one is shorter leash on a lot of subjects, isn't it?
Yeah, but, and I've had that in the past where I've had coaches, sort of be rambling on and trying to implement and try to get stuff that he did not do as a player, or he did not play at all. But when you have a coach asking you to do the things that he did and did really, really well and had success at it and had a long NHL career, I believe there's that natural respect. But at the same time, he's keeping everybody in check. He's keeping us in check on the media side. He's keeping the players in check, and he's not afraid to let you know. So I think that's what happens in today's NHL. Sometimes there's a lot of gray area. But with Craig Berube, it's black and white. You're either doing it to the standard that he's setting, or you're not, and he's going to let you know. And he's not afraid to mix things up, and he's not afraid to move guys up and down. He doesn't really care what your cap it is or how many goals you may have scored. His job is to do something that hasn't been done in a long time in this market, and that's win a Stanley Cup. And you can see that he's focused on doing that, and he's not afraid to hurt feelings along the way. And I think we're going to be surprised pleasantly a lot sooner than later with this system and how the Maple Leafs apply it.
Well, and quite frankly, there's a lot of scar tissue in that dressing room, so they're ready. They want to listen now, don't they?
Yeah, and Savard too. Again, these and Mike Van Ryn, and I played with him in Florida, and I'll tell you, Mike Van Ryn was a solid two-way defenseman. He had perfect gaps, good sticks, good recovery to the middle. So they have some great coaching staff that's not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk, which is a big teaching tool for some of these young players coming in.
Look, they all had success playing the way they did.
They did. And, from a player standpoint, I've had coaches tell me, like, you got to block shots. And I go look at their hockey DB. It's like, you had 4 penalty minutes. What are you It hurts. It hurts. So there's that natural respect and that natural wanting to do it when there's a guy that's been in the fight that you're fighting right now.
Stu, all of that gets you ready for a career in broadcasting, I have to tell you.
Yeah, that scar tissue is really helping right now. I got a little bit of arthritis in my fingers.
All right, we're going to step out and line up the opening face-off for you next. The LA Kings in town, coming off that weirdo performance Monday afternoon in Ottawa, where they had so many blown leads and lost at 8-7 in overtime. And the Leafs coming off 2 straight wins, both of them 4-2. One in New Jersey, one in Pittsburgh, or one at home to Pittsburgh. Leafs Game Night, TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Our weekends are wall-to-wall kids hockey.
Needs a good sporting goods store.
We start early.
And a breakfast drive-thru.
It's a commitment for sure.
A financial advisor.
The whole family goes to the games.
A bigger vehicle.
Especially the tournaments.
Gas, hotels, and shopping malls.
We love to win.
Burgers for everyone.
We take turns choosing the radio station.
Family bonding. Be where anyone who needs you can meet you. Be on the radio. Your customers are already here.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6013. That's 1-800-353-6013. Again, 1-800-353-6013.
The world is changing, and Upskills for Work Get Started resources can help you adapt, learn new skills, build confidence, and move forward. Get Started workbooks are free and easy to use, online, anytime and anywhere, so you can learn at your own pace. Whether you're looking for a job or want to move up in your field, Get Started empowers you with skills like collaboration, adaptability, and problem solving. Improve your skills for work and life. Get started today at upskillsforwork.ca.
Well, you ask yourself what's different with this Maple Leaf team, even after only 3 games. The answer comes back plenty. Big blue line, bottom 6 forward depth, and a hint that this could lead to bigger and better things. But the power play's 0 for 9. Austin Matthews hasn't scored a goal yet. Will that change tonight? Could be, Guy. Let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Welcome back inside Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Anthony Stewart with you. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Rouse standing by. Here is the starting lineup for the Maple Leafs. Matthews between Marner and Nyes. Domi between Nylander and McMahon. Tavares centering Robertson and Holmberg. Camp centering Reeves and Lorentz. That means Pacioretty is out. On the blue line, Riley Tanev, Ekman Larsson and McCabe. Benoit Liljegren, which means Timmins is out. Stolar starts in goal. Stu, what do you make of that lineup?
Well, it's obviously we see Max Pacioretty being out, and I don't know if the plan originally was for him to come in and be an everyday player where he's going to play 82 games. And again, he has had some injuries in years past, and I expect him maybe to be a 60, 65 point game guy where he's not going to be playing every single night. He does have his bonus structure based on games, but again, it's a competition, so it's very early to really see exactly what you have. But for Pacioretty, he's going to come in, he's going to add a secondary, tertiary scoring ability, but I don't think you read too much to him being out right now. Bobby McMahon, who started out, and there's a lot of people that didn't want him on the outside looking in, he came in and performed well. So that internal competition is going to push guys to do well. And Ryan Reeves sent on the fourth line on the right side. That's probably because that LA Kings plays a big, heavy game. He's there to neutralize that threat that's on the other side.
Yeah, we're not given a reason why Pacioretty's not in. He did practice in the first power play unit when Nylander couldn't skate earlier this week, but in Saturday's game, his minutes reduced as the game went on. So I don't know how to read any of that.
We call that the Berube factor, where again, I don't mind the micromanaging because it just keeps guys, and it's tough. When I played, you had, 1 or 2 superstars. When you have 6, 7 superstars, it's really, really tough to manage. And he's not afraid to challenge guys by ice time, challenge their power play time, challenge to have them in and out of the lineup. But I'm sure once you see Pacioretty back in, once you find out exactly what the reason is, he's going to be performing at a higher level. But he's a guy that's a secondary scoring guy. There's some other guys that I think have earned an opportunity as well as Nick Robertson and Steven Lorentz. But that carousel, we're going to see it a lot, especially when we have some guys coming back from injury.
And the other changes on the blue line, we talked about this much earlier in the pregame, but Liljegren is in, Timmins is out, and Liljegren was challenged in the preseason, did not respond, sat the first 3 games, and now opportunity knocks.
Yes, and I think he's, he probably didn't have the best camp, as Craig Berube mentioned. But I go back and I look at the numbers. We can sit here and debate them all you want, but he was top 100 in defense scoring. So I think it's sort of up to the coaching staff, yes, to give him an opportunity, but put him in a position to succeed. He's not going to do much with 12, 15 minutes. I'd like to see him possibly start off on a secondary power play. I think he can run that, and I can see right now the jury is out on him. He has to make the most of his opportunity if he wants to be a constant in this Toronto Maple Leafs lineup.
Well, we have the lineup in front of us, and you talked about this, but look at the LA Kings right down the middle. That's impressive, isn't it?
It is. And Turcotte on the fourth line. Quentin Byfield, who I was expecting maybe to be in that top line, maybe on the left wing. But Philip Deneau, we haven't mentioned him. He is the prototypical second line center. He can shut you down. So he's going to be tight checking some of the top lineups for Toronto tonight. It's going to be interesting to see. I predict a tight game, but that's why we play it, Tats.
Some of us remember a series with Montreal where Deneau was still there and what he did to the Leafs in that series. Yikes.
I forgot about that. I got PTS from that. What is that?
Yikes guy. That's what that is.
No guy.
By the way, I have to say, you're the best guy at splicing and yes guy, no guy that I've ever worked with. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're definitely a keeper. So, obviously you want to get off on the right skate play, as they say. You want the penalty kill to be effective. Leafs Saturday allowed that power play goal early, but were able to atone for it. But you just want to tighten things down, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit tighter check-in. We saw some misreads on the power play goal that Pittsburgh scored last night, and that's just early season jitters, early season matchups, trying to build some chemistry. But this LA King team, they can put the puck in the net, as 7 that they scored last night. So for Toronto, just continue to play. What is it, 5 goals against, I believe, in the 3 games?
Yes.
If you asked me if that was going to be the case, I would take that and just continue to build, but just add a little bit more offense to some of these guys that have been struggling as of late.
So we had Liljegren in the lineup, and we have a clip from Craig Berube on what he's looking for out of the Maple Leaf defenseman. Let's listen to that.
He has ability, right? Skating, moving the puck, and things like that. And he should be a good puck mover. And it's just about him managing his game and managing his puck movement and making good decisions with it, not risky ones, and simple. Just simplify. And then you got to win your battles, right? As a defenseman, it's important that you're defending well and you're strong at your net front and you're winning those board battles and corner battles and things like that. He's got to do that.
So, I mean, there's a real process there. I mean, not only are you not in the lineup, but they're looking at what you're doing in practice. They're telling you you have to do this, and if you look ready, then they put you in. But if you don't look ready, you're not in.
It starts with body language, and it starts with good habits. And I'm sure that's the reason why he is playing tonight. He could have taken this scratching and been a bad teammate, but I'm sure he's been positive, waiting for his opportunity. So for him, he's got to play to his strengths. And I think in preseason, he seemed like he was afraid to make mistakes. He had some costly turnovers. So for him, don't worry about trying to skate the puck out. Just move it up. And where he's going to show his strengths, I think it's offense across the blue line. I think the Leafs can add a little bit better of that element, getting across the blue line and getting shots through. Focus on just moving it up. And if you're going to be offensive, do it on the power play or do it in the other team's end.
So the Leafs are back out on the ice, getting set. The Kings are just hitting the ice. The LA Kings won their opener in Buffalo and then lost in Boston in overtime, lost Monday in overtime. And you know the Leafs story, losing that game in Montreal on the opening night and then winning in New Jersey, winning at home to Pittsburgh and hoping to build on that. And the Leafs have a really nice week in terms of playing tonight against the LA Kings and Saturday against the Rangers. And that's nice if you can get it at this point of the season. So they hope to build on that. Looking for a power play goal tonight. We'll step out and come back with the play-by-play with Joe Bowen and Jimmy Ralph on Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, you know, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. From in the crease to in the locker room,
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kochetkov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Leafs and the Los Angeles Kings colliding here this evening, and the starting lineup is brought to you by Molson, the official beer sponsor of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And the Leafs will start. Anthony Stolarz in goal for Toronto. He is a record of 1-1-0 and a nice 1.54 goals against average and a .940 save percentage. The forward line, or at least let's start with the defense, as Christopher Tanev will get the start along with Morgan Riley and Willie Nylander, who was iffy because of the flu bug, will be on the flank as Max Domi remains at center ice, and on the other side will be Bobby McMahon. Max Pacioretty is a coach's decision scratch this evening.
Well, I don't know whether that's to get maybe a little more playing time for McMahon or Nick Robertson when it comes to power play time, but I guess for Craig Berube, it's a matter of getting everybody in and everybody active.
Puck is dropped. We're underway. Glad you're along with us. Leafs to the right, Kings to the left. The Kings have not had a home game yet. They start on the road here and have got a record of 1-0-2. As it's cleared down into the Toronto zone, and an offside is registered, so we can introduce the rest of the officiating crew. Well, we haven't introduced any of them yet. But anyway, Gord Dwyer and Mitch Dunning are the referees. Julian Fournier and Libor Suchanek are the linesmen here tonight. And the face-off is brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan? Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca. Face-off in the Los Angeles zone.
Nice to see Jim Hiller here as well, former assistant coach with the Leafs. Took over mid-season as head coach in L.A.
And DJ Smith working for him, and a shot off the angle by Domi is caught. And David Riddick gets his first game this season. Darcy Kemper had played the previous three, 1-0-2, 3.59 and an 8.90 save percentage, but they had that magical night in Ottawa where pucks were going in all over the place. Cleared down into the Toronto zone. And another icing call coming here as it got away from everyone, and the face-off is coming all the way back into the Los Angeles zone once more.
Warren Fogle was a little upset with the ref, saying that was a little interference by Morgan Riley, which it was, to be able to get the icing. But the Matthews line over the boards coming out. The last time Austin Matthews went the first three games without a goal or point, he scored 60.
Now back to the blue line, kept alive by the Leafs, into the corner for Marner. Marner works back towards the point, just does keep it in. Nyes crashes in after it, and Matthews around back of the goal with it. Chips it back for Marner. Marner getting away from one man. Works back and reverses his field, then reverses it again. Works it off on the wing. Now here's Ekman-Larsson in with a shot, and a good save made by Riddick. And he will hold on for a face-off coming in the Los Angeles zone.
Mitch Marner dancing early on in this one. And you know, for both Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner, Marner does have a couple of points and a goal and an assist. But you know, every game they're getting closer to a big breakout night, aren't they?
Well, you would think that it is around the corner. And it is cleared out at center ice now, and Adrian Kempe has it for the Kings, but he gives the puck away, then is brought in over the line, and a shot is whistled over top of the Leaf goal. Kopitar got that away. Now a centering pass hits the side of the goal. Round back to the net for Lafreniere, trying to work it back to the point. Comes to the point. Clark getting a pass in on the wing. Trying to work down into the corner then was Kopitar. And Kopitar gets to it on the far side, back to the point. Another shot deflects wide of the goal. Kempe around back of the net trying to center. Knocked back to the point once more. Anderson keeps it in for Los Angeles. A nice little touch pass back of the net then by Ekman-Larsson. Frees it up. And the Leafs are going to get a change going as the Kings do likewise.
Isn't it amazing how many of those little plays he makes watching Oliver Ekman-Larsson on a nightly basis? Nothing spectacular, just a little reverse chip off the boards, and the Leafs clear it easily.
Leafs keep the puck down towards the blue line. It bounces out over the line, brought back in by Tavares. Left wing side for Pontus Holmberg. Now Tavares up against the boards, lost it, and the Kings will get it out and down into the zone. Timothy Liljegren into the lineup for the first time this season. And the puck comes free courtesy of Liljegren, and it is brought to center ice and dumped into the zone by Benoit. Played along the boards and over on the right wing side. And out comes Trevor Moore. The Kings get it down into the Toronto zone, forcing Morgan Riley back in after the puck. No score early. Up on the left wing for David Camp. Camp got to the line but lost the puck. And we get a whistle here and a penalty coming.
And the Leaf gate is open.
But then I saw
an LA player.
Well, the LA player touched the puck. See? I told you.
So what's the guy opening the wrong door for?
He got lost. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought Liljegren might have been getting it for holding the stick, but the Leafs were able to carry it up ice after that. And the power play, which is looking for its first strike of the season. 0 for 9 coming in. Look at his first chance here early.
Brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy fall to the fullest with the symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today. Leafs control the face-off. Down into the corner goes a centering pass. Oh, Tavares was all alone, and he shot it wide. Oh, my. You couldn't have set that up better without having a goal scored. Leafs get it down into the offensive zone. Into the corner, Matthews centers it front, and a bounce over a stick. It comes back to Ekman-Larsson. Larsson over to Marner. Marner looks to make a pass. It comes back to Ekman-Larsson, shooting off the glove and into the screen. A couple of good looks already. Would you not agree?
And then you see Oliver Ekman-Larsson back out on the power play. As Craig Berube said, he liked Ekman-Larsson got on the last power play the Leafs had against Pittsburgh on Saturday. And Craig Berube liked the fact that you've got the shot option. That he's more likely, maybe more capable of getting the puck on goal from the point than Morgan Riley.
Face-off is scrummed, grabbed off by the Kings, rattled around the boards by Kyle Burrows, and down the ice it goes. Kings are without Drew Doughty and will be for a considerable amount of time.
That's a huge loss.
Boy. He just eats up ice time. Back along the boards now for Tavares. It comes back to the point. Ekman-Larsson on the left point. Dishes it off for Marner. Marner in front of the goal, and a shot is whistled by fronted of the net by Matthews, and he lost it. And Kempe is in a Lone Ranger rush down the left wing, and from an angle takes a shot. And Stollers was 13 feet outside the goal crease when that went wide of the net. Austin Matthews, a couple of good looks there, then a pass knocked away by the Kings. And I think this is going to be a penalty to Stollers for slashing. He knocked the stick out of the LA player's hand, although Morgan Riley is following the official towards the penalty box.
44, 2-minute minor, slashing.
All right, I was wrong.
That comes with 32 seconds left in the LA penalty. So a little 4-on-4 action. And that's where the communication's got to be a little bit better. Stollers stopped it behind the net and then realized that Morgan Riley had sort of peeled off to the corner. And by the time Byfield came in and picked it up, both players were scrambling as the puck was between them and the goalies behind the net.
That's just verbal communication, right?
Yep.
Got to know where I am, what we're doing with it, hustle it up, man on you. It's one of the things that if you coach minor hockey, you can work on every day. And we get an offside at the Kings blue line. Even the smallest age groups. One thing, you're in a dressing room with a bunch of 9 and 10-year-olds. It's bedlam in there. They're all yelling at one another and talking. I said, then you get on the ice and all you hear is the parents instead of the kids. Well, you know what? And if they talk, they help each other. And it's such a big part of the game at this level.
Yeah, it's probably because you can't hear the kids because of the parents.
You might be right. 4-on-4 hockey here for another 10 seconds. And then the Leafs will be a man short for the first time in the game as well. Bouncing puck is going to be set out and down the ice. And the time ran out, but it was an icing ahead of the fact. And so now it's coming all the way back into the Leaf end. This could be a interesting turn of events if, in fact, something unscripted happens here.
Yeah, it turned out perfectly for the Kings. 4-on-4 ends, and they get the offensive zone face-off on the icing.
LaFerriere out there with Kopitar. The puck is knocked back towards the blue line. Kept alive by Kempe. Kempe gets it back to the blue line. Clark now to the far side. Kopitar looking for a man in front. It comes back to the blue line once more. Moore. A pass over to Kempe onto the right wing side again. Kopitar getting it back to the blue line. Clark over into the slot area and a shot blocked. Good play made there by the Maple Leafs, Steven Lorenz. Leafs ice the puck as a result of the block shot. Clark coming to center and dropping it back. Shot into the zone now by Adrian Kempe, and around the boards it'll come. Kopitar getting it back to the point. LaFerriere in along the boards, gets it back to the blue line. Brant Clark with it again. They try to play catch with it. Broken up there by Benoit, but he can't get it to the blue line, but it is brought by Pontus Holmberg now with a long shoot in and on goaltender Riddick, and he's forced to hang on to it because down on top of him was Pontus Holmberg along with Matthew Nyes.
Now that's a smart little play. I think they were looking at getting a line change anyway, but instead of dumping it in and having the Kings able to retrieve it and bring it back out on a tired foursome for the Leafs, dump it on net, race to the goalie, force him to cover up, and now the Leafs have an offensive zone face-off with just 20 seconds left in the power play.
Matthews knocked the puck back at the net. He's triple teamed in there, but got it freed up. It goes back to the blue line, and now over on the left wing side, and McCabe is going to backpedal out at center ice and send it to an open wing, and Marner forces it even deeper into Los Angeles territory. Kings dropping it off and now bring it out. Penalty is over. Riley back onto the ice, so neither team able to score, although the Leaf power play looks a lot more potent for the short time they had it. Domi tips the puck down into Los Angeles territory. McMahon, and against the boards, got it back to the blue line. and just kept in. Backhanded by Liljegren into the corner, but cut off and played ahead at center, only to have it knocked high into the air. Bouncing puck that no one seems to be able to handle until Nylander does. Willie's in on the right side. Pulls up. Nylander then takes it back out into the center ice area. Teammates will have to evacuate. They do. McCabe back in with a pass into the slot. Hit back in front of the net. A shot. Scores! Bobby McMahon opens the scoring, and the Leafs lead 1-0.
Craig Berube quoted as saying, Max Domi's got to shoot the puck more. Well, he doesn't here.
Just as well.
He gets an opportunity, and right away, as soon as Domi gets it, left-handed shot on the right wing side, gets the puck bottom part of the face-off circle to the left of Riddick instead, looks up. Leafs get a fortunate bounce, and then it goes off his skate in front, right between the hash marks onto the stick of McMahon. He had to adjust, go backhand, forehand, but snap it past Riddick to give the Leafs the 1-0 lead. McMahon's second of the year.
It came out so quickly off the end of the back of the net that the goal light didn't go on for quite a while, and wasn't really too sure it didn't hit something. But McMahon gets the goal. Here's the Leafs back into the offensive zone. Robertson dropping it back. Morgan Riley sent it towards the net, but it was intercepted and brought out at center ice and flipped ahead by Fogle, and then across the line. Fogle lost an edge and fell, and back comes Robertson launching a long bouncing shot in, and Riddick had to watch that rather cautiously and carefully and cautiously. Well, he did, and it didn't go in the net, so he was both cautious and careful, which is good if you're a goalie.
Well,
you got anything to add?
Good. You got to be good, too. I couldn't think of another word at the start of it. Well, I could think of a few. But
No, we're all right. We're good, yeah. There's 1-0 in favor of the Maple Leafs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Go inside the mind of the ultimate country boy.
Hey, y'all, it's Luke Bryan. I'm bringing you Country Boy Radio, my very own channel, celebrating my new album, Mind of a Country Boy. A little more country on. Guys and girls, you're going to hear all the tracks from my new album, my stories from making the record, and some of my friends are coming up.
Luke Bryan's Country Boy Radio.
Love you, miss you, mean it, baby.
Now for a limited time on Channel 79 and the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
Hey, Leafs fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight during the Leafs and the LA Kings matchup right here on Toronto Sports Insider. It's a commercial break, so it's a perfect time for you to exit out of the chat and make sure that that thumbs up is hit. If you hit that like button yet, please make sure you've hit that like button so we can get more and more Leafs fans here in the chat cheering on our buds while we try to destroy the LA Kings tonight. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hitting that like button. And don't forget, share this out as well. Put it out on the Leaf boards. Let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat, having a good time and finding our awesome Toronto sports community. Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go.
Tribute. And I just thought, what a magical way to do it, to start the game and let the first 13 seconds tick down, put the puck where the left winger should have been.
Yeah, and the Florida Panthers as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think there'd be a team in the league that would not agree with whatever Columbus wanted to do, but it was spectacular. It's still.
Reeves, is it ever? Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Puck in the Toronto zone. Long shot. Good save by Stollers. The puck goes to Reeves. Played it off the boards, but unable to clear as it's shot in wide of the Leaf goal. David Camp had a chance to clear it, but couldn't get it out. Now the Leafs drop it back, and now Liljegren on the left wing starts to center. He'll flip it in and peeling to the bench for a defensive change. Cleared by Riddick around the boards. It'll bounce to center ice. Jake McCabe sends it back in. Leafs are now changing their forward complement as the Kings get it in off Kopitar's stick down into the Toronto end. Played right back, and now here's Matthews. Long right wing pass knocked down by Marner and brought in over the line by Nyes. Drop pass for Marner. Marner gets it back to the point. Ekman Larsson got it into the slot. Matthews fanned on it, then got another shot. He hit the goal post. No, he scores! You gotta look at this again. I didn't see it go in the net. Did you?
It must have hit the middle bar.
I guess.
But I don't know how it's the middle of the net with the goalie standing in the middle of the net. Riddick never butterflied.
I don't,
maybe.
I don't know if this has gone in.
Did it go through the net?
Well, Matthews is celebrating.
I mean, the puck ended up
in the screen.
Like, yeah. It must have gone through the net.
Had to. Well, then they better go fix the net. But Austin Matthews is on the board, and there's no... Wow, that was strange.
In and out in a hurry, that's for sure.
Oh, jump. Well, then there goes that narrative. Yeah. All right, so Austin Matthews goes 3 games without a goal. No more can we talk about the captaincy being such a burden on him the way you were going to bring it up.
Oh, yeah.
You had that stat all set.
I know, but I didn't want to use it.
I know.
You didn't want to jinx it. But for Austin Matthews, the last time he went the first 3 games of the season without a goal, he scored 60 in the next 70 games.
Well, he's now 5 games behind his pace of a year ago. Here are the Kings getting it in over the line. Matthews gets his first of the season.
Maple Leafs goal.
A shot goes wide of the goal to the far side. Put back to the blue line. Danault keeps it into the right wing side for Burrows. Burrows lost it there to Tavares, but he couldn't poke the puck past the defenseman, or he was away to the races. Centering pass comes to the side of the goal. Stollers is down trying to get a glove on it, and it comes free, and it is Tavares getting it up on the wing for Liljegren. Robertson was knocked down, but the Leafs get the puck down into the Los Angeles zone. So Austin Matthews gets his first of the season. And that was as strange a goal as I have watched in this building.
I mean, it was an absolute bullet after fanning on the first attempt. We still haven't seen a replay that has slowed it down, have we?
No. Played to the line and in. Domi goes after the puck. Around back of the net it comes. And how it ended up in the screen afterwards, that just bizarre.
Unless it was back bar out off something.
Here the Kings in over the line. A shot. Good save by Stollers, who kicked it away into the right wing corner. Comes back along the boards to the near side. Another shot to the net taken by Clark that went wide of the goal. Played around the boards into the left wing corner. It'll come back to the point to Brent Clark again, and a shot doesn't make it through. Kings with some good pressure here, down 2-0, and the Leafs are going to get the puck up on the wing and send it down the ice. And it'll be an icing call here against the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, scoring plays. Bobby McMahon from Domi and McCabe. It comes at 6:54. Then at 8:49, Matthews from Marner and Ekman Larsson. And that gets you up to date.
So Bobby McMahon, who was a healthy scratch the first game in Montreal, now has 2 goals in 3 games to lead the Leafs in that category. Pardon me, Nylander has 2 as well. So tied with Willie. Reggie said, you got to go back to February where Bobby McMahon took that big step to being a regular in the lineup.
Kings get it down into the Leaf zone. Bouncing puck in the slot area. Stopped by Stollers. He's down, but he can't come up with it. But McCabe has freed it up, and Nye starts away for Toronto. Nyes playing it down into the offensive zone and roaring in there after it. He pokes it around back of the net. Marner gets it back to the blue line, but unable to keep it in was McCabe. And Ekman-Larsson has to turn back up ice. And then the Kings have iced the puck on an errant pass, and it'll come all the way back into the Los Angeles zone.
All right, here's a two-parter for you. Drew Doughty obviously is a huge loss. Guy that averaged over 25 minutes, almost 26 minutes a game last year, and is their highest paid player at $11 million. But when the Kings last won the Cup, which was 2014, there were still 7 players playing in the National Hockey League. 3 of them still with the Kings, Doughty obviously being one.
And Kopitar.
2.
Thank you. Puck down into the far corner. Played along the boards by Liljegren. Reeves couldn't come up with it. Lorentz kept it in momentarily, but it's pushed out at center ice. And here the Kings in on the left wing with a pass. Intercepted adroitly there by Riley, and he gets it ahead. Campbell sent it down into the Los Angeles zone. Lorenz unable to get there, but Reeves does. Sent around the boards into the near corner. Camp after it there for the Leafs, but can't come up with it. Reeves is able to backhand it again back along the boards. Now Lorenz with the assistance of Benoit getting it a little deeper. When Reeves jams his man, burrows to the boards heavily. And out come the Kings to center now, flipping it down into the Toronto zone. Bouncing puck fed off the boards and back out at center ice.
All right, so you got 2 of the 3 that are still in the league and playing for the league. For
was
Kings.
Trevor Lewis there?
Yes, Trevor Lewis as well. And the other 4, part of the last Kings Cup run, are playing with other teams, including Jonathan Quick for the Rangers, Alex Martinez. It's a pretty interesting group. Tyler Toffoli.
Play to the line and an offside coming at the Los Angeles blue line. 7:02 remaining to be played in the first period, and the Leafs have jumped to a 2-0 lead, outshooting the Kings 8-4. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Fall for Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never, never blue.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The Leafs fan that's hanging out with us, watching the Leafs and the Kings tonight. Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Have you turned on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Toronto Maple Leafs game, as well as every single Toronto Raptors game once the preseason business is done? No feeds for the preseason for some reason. But the regular season Raptors games, as well as the Argos, the CFL playoffs, the MLB playoffs, the Buffalo Bills, we do it all here on Toronto Sports Insider. And it all started with you, the Leafs. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping us make this amazing community what it is. And I appreciate every single one of you insiders helping us change the world, one insider at a time, with the work that we've been able to do with Sick Kids. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Go Leafs, go! Yeah!
Get ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
Leafs 2 and the Los Angeles Kings nothing. And looking forward to tomorrow afternoon in Garson, just outside Sudbury, going home, and I'm going to be a part of the renaming of the Garson Arena to honor the great George Armstrong, and a magical man and a favorite of ours for years and years and years, a part of the Maple Leaf picture, first as a great player, a great captain.
I got to ask you this, though. If George was still with us, how would
he'd be so embarrassed. He wouldn't show up for it.
I was going to say, and that's in all honesty.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because you kind of say, well, it would have been nice to do when George was still with us, and then you're thinking...
He wouldn't have showed up.
Yeah.
No. Not a bit. He was so unassuming, right?
He didn't want any attention.
No. And yet here he is, the captain of the most famous franchise in Canada.
The last time they won it, too.
Yep. Brought back into the Leaf zone. Nylander for Riley. A lead pass for Nylander. Got across the line with Bobby McMahon. McMahon down the left wing boards. Back to Nylander around back of the net, but it's cut off there by Engelland, who played it to the line, but not out. Now the Kings will get a chance to move it up ice. And it's brought through center by Mickey Anderson. He'll backhand it down around back of the Toronto goal. McMahon and Benoit are able to free it up, and Riley just gets it through center, but wide of everybody, and icing will be called here against the Maple Leafs.
All right, so members of the LA Kings in their last Stanley Cup in 2014, still in the NHL. Kopitar, Doughty, Trevor Lewis still with the Kings. Martinez, Quick, Toffoli, and Tanner Pearson still in the league. So it's hard to believe. I mean, in 10 years, only 8 left or 7 left.
Face off to the right of Stollers. Draw one by Toronto. 5:58 to play in the period. Leafs up 2-0 on goals by Austin Matthews and Bobby McMahon. The M&M boys. Well, that used to be Mantle and Maris. The M&M boys have scored here tonight. Chipped around the boards for Reeves. Reeves couldn't handle the pass. The scrum goes on in the corner. He ties up his man, but squirting free is Fiala trying to get it over on the far side, but Lorenz gets there, and he wastes no time just dumping it out at center. Kings trying to bring it right back in, have shot it in. Stollers out of the cage to play it back along the boards. Ekman Larsson looked like he was going to trap it with his skate, and then said, you know what? I'm just going to let this go. And out it went to center ice, and the Kings player skated right by him.
I've been so impressed by those little things he does.
Brought in now by the Leafs with a shot that deflected into the corner. Marner unable to reach it. Marner chasing after his man, but the puck comes around on the boards. Riley keeps it in, firing it high and wide into the far corner, and the Kings will get it out and tip it down into the Toronto zone. Near side for Nyes. Nyes at the blue line, got it ahead for Matthews. Matthews in over the line, stops up, gets it to Marner, a pass into the slot, and Nyes got a quick shot away, and an equally good save though by David Riddick. Nyes doesn't have to be very cute, for the lack of a better term.
No, I mean,
pile into the corner, use your size, and when the puck comes to you in the slot, shoot the darn thing.
Or at the top of the crease. I mean, Zach Hyman is a perfect example. You've got size, ability, and playing with two very creative offensive players.
Played high to center ice. Kings trying to get in over the line, but the diligent back checking of Nick Robertson frees up Tavares, who got in over the line but couldn't get any further. Played around the boards. Gavrikov for the Kings will play it up at center to an open wing, but chasing after it is Burrows, and he'll send it down into the Toronto zone. Puck along the boards for Liljegren. He was tripped up there by Turcotte. Puck is still in the Toronto zone, far side, shot off a leg, and it's going to carry him all the way down into Los Angeles territory. Pass ahead by the goaltender, gets to center. Knocked by Liljegren, back of the net. Ekman Larsson got it up on the wing, and out come the Maple Leafs, led by Max Domi. Domi ahead for Robertson and over the line. Protects the puck nicely. Drops it back for Ekman Larsson. Shot from an angle. That trickled off the glove of Riddick, and he was fortunate to be able to get down and cover that up. And with 3:14 to go in the period, face-off coming in LA territory when we return. 2-0 Leafs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than Sirius XM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the Sirius XM app. Just search FC.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Going to the Hall of Fame. No, not this one.
Lacrosse.
Yes. John Tavares, Uncle John Tavares, who Johnny is named after, by the way.
Ontario Sports Hall of Fame, where you were an esteemed inductee last year.
Yeah, well, tomorrow night, John Tavares will be inducted into the Ontario Sports Hall of Fame as a player and coach of lacrosse in the National Lacrosse League. So congratulations to Johnny. Great guy.
They look a lot alike, don't they?
Oh, yes. Long shot deflects wide of the L.A. goal, and it's poked to the line and out. Morgan Riley has some difficulties there as it's dropped back to the line, just kept in. Kings open it up with a shot off the chest of Stollers, and it's cleared on the boards to the line and out. Now here's a chance for Nylander. McMahon catching up, he's in alone, scores! Rocket McMahon makes it 3-0.
Willie Nylander taking it up the left wing boards. Bobby McMahon's in the middle of the ice and heads straight to the net. Beats his man. Nylander just lays the perfect little chip pass onto the stick of McMahon. And he goes the same spot he went on his first goal of the period. Walker side on David Riddick. And the Kings, who gave up 8 in their last game against Ottawa a couple of nights ago, have given up 3 on 11 shots already here in the first period.
Jimmy, do you have at your fingertips any idea how many hat tricks Bobby McMahon has had?
1. And that was that game we talked about in February last year. Marner and Tavares, I believe, are the 2 players that couldn't play at the last minute. McMahon was supposed to not dress. Came to the rink. Leafs had been on a losing skid. Bobby McMahon had his first NHL hat trick in a win over the Blues. The winner, the third one coming into the empty net. But he's got 2 already.
And Oliver Ekman-Larsson picks up his second assist of the game. A shot deflects off the stick wide of the Leaf goal. Liljegren unable to get to it. A centering pass. Oh, and a whipping shot went high and wide over top of the Leaf net. Kings have to go back into their own zone to restore it. Byfield playing it ahead. And now brought through center ice by Kempe. Adrian Kempe makes a rush and then got a shot. And a good play and a good save made by Stollers, who really came out of that net to challenge Kempe and really didn't give him much to shoot at. Ekman-Larsson gets checked, his stick gets destroyed, and he goes to the bench. Now Matthews swinging in from a shot from a sharp angle, and that was stopped by Riddick. Played out at center ice. Matthews
in a big race now to catch Bobby McMahon.
Yes. Down into the corner. Nice. Gets a forechecking hit in as the puck goes down into the Toronto end. Stollers has to wait for teammates, or for the puck to get into the trapezoidal area, and did. And the Leafs now have it back in their own zone under control. Pass ahead. Played by Pontus Holmberg from the wrong side of center. He was trying to hook up there with Robertson. And it turns into an icing, and it'll come back into the Toronto zone with 58.3 seconds remaining in period number 1. The Leafs have jumped to a 3-0 lead over the Los Angeles Kings.
Mentioned Ante Kopitar a little earlier, Joe. All but 2 seasons as Kopitar led the Los Angeles Kings in scoring, and that's since the 16th season of his career. 14 of the 16 he's led the Kings in scoring.
Leafs break it through center with Tavares. Tried to make a pass over to Robertson. Kept in, though, by Riley. His shot didn't make it through. And the Kings will break it back to center ice and shoot it into the Toronto end. Down the boards. Robertson got it back at the net. Tavares, after the puck on the near side, plays to the line. That's knocked back in and off the skate of Tanev. Went wide of the net. Leafs get it out at center. Tavares, with 20 seconds left to go in the period, turns the puck over. Brought back in by Byfield. Then Tavares took it away from him. And Tavares will play it down to the blue line, and Byfield has to go back and recover it again for LA. Up on the right side for Warren Foegele. Dropping it back. Byfield, a shot down is Stolarz. Where's the puck? It's free, and it's shot wide as the horn goes.
Big scramble in front of Stolarz late. I don't know if this would have counted. He had an LA player all over him in the crease, Warren Foegele. And that might have been looked at anyway as far as goaltender interference. But going back to Kopitar, who's one of 3 players to have a hat trick so far this season. Last year it was Adrian Kempe led them in scoring. Jeff Carter in 2016-17. The only LA Kings players to lead the Kings in scoring other than Kopitar in the last 17 years. That's kind of a Matt Sundin-like streak.
It is. And he is a marvelous athlete and a marvelous player. But the Leafs have a pair of goals from Bobby McMahon, a single tally from Austin Matthews, his first of the year, and a 3-0 Toronto lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet, or on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
To win your fantasy football league, you need to be one step ahead of the competition. And at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, we're giving you the edge you need to take home the trophy.
There are no tight ends that you can count on. We will tell you who to start.
Our experts are doling out start-sit advice, waiver pickups, and so much more to help you win a championship.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Listen right now on Channel 87.
What is up, insiders? Cheers, everybody. What a first period. 3-0 Leafs. I love it. Lisa, big shout out. Thank you, everybody, for liking and turning on that bell. If you haven't yet, please go hit that like button. Thank you so much. There's Allison. I love you, babe. This cat is trying to steal my seat here when I got up to go get a refill on the cocktail. It is so great to see everybody here back in the chat. Sorry, I got the baseball going in the background here. We got a crazy party for the Mets and the Dodgers as well. So Kings fans, if you're here in the chat, yep, go ahead. You can head over to the baseball game. I know this game's done. 3-0. We got this now. Knock on wood. It's not over yet. It's still early. So, great to see everybody in the chat. And Angelo Lisanti says hi to the cat. Not to me, but says hi to the cat that left. But hi, Angelo. Hey, Greg. Love to see it in the chat there. Christine, Mr. Roboto, John Gallagher, Stefan. Appreciate the heads up today, Steph. You the man. And there you go, Lisa, with those sick kids emojis. I am shutting it down. This campaign of the sick kids, I am going to shut it down. And I'm debating starting another one for the World Series, since I think that may be a little bit crazy like the Stanley Cup Finals were here. So we'll see. Hi, babe. Babe! Yeah, sorry, everybody, your ears. But yeah, I love you, babe, so much. Thank you for believing in me through all of this crazy business. Crazy. Greg Kirby says, I was born in Sick Kids Hospital in 1975. There you go. That's why I do what I do, everybody. You know this. Sick Kids Hospital has impacted so many people's lives in Toronto, and has impacted my life a lot. So now I've got a platform of the best sports fans, hockey fans, Leafs fans, Toronto sports fans in the world right here on TSI. We're approaching 50,000 subscribers. Can you believe that? Last season at the Leafs, in the beginning of the season, we were sitting at 4,000 subscribers, and we're about to pass 50. Let's take it back to the radio broadcast. There you go, Richard Fewer as well. Sick kids saved my life. Huge. There you go. Kilo G is back in the chat. What's up, Kilo? Let's get back to the actual stuff. Why we're here, the hockey. Cheers, everybody. Hey, Leafs fans.
Sirius
Thank you so
XM,
much.
NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Now here's a chance for Nylander. McMahon catching up. He's in alone. Scores! Rocket McMahon makes it 3-0.
And that's where we stand after 20 minutes of play. Leafs 3 and the LA Kings nothing. TSN after 20 minutes is brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy fall to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today. Welcome back to Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you to summarize what was a fast-paced and pretty happy first period for the Maple Leafs.
Definitely all firing on all cylinders for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and that was probably one of the main points for Craig Berube, coming out and having a great start. And the one thing I noticed right now, I think this is the second or third game in a row where the team is yet to get a shot within the first 8-9 minutes, and that was the case for LA, registering their first shot 8 minutes into that first period. So, again, great job on the puck movement, great job managing the puck, but getting out, chipping pucks into areas. And as you see by the goals, again, they're outskating LA tonight. It was a good first period for Toronto.
Almost a free pass as soon as they get their wheels going. We're going to deal with the team playing well, but some specifics. Bobby McMahon, certainly the second goal was just fantastic. Nice feed from Nylander, right it in goal and scored. Gave it a little sort of froze the goaltender and went back the other way. But he's got two in the night. I mean, there's a guy who didn't start in the opening game.
Yes, and I think that's just a product of Craig Berube's system and the accountability factor that he is, where he's challenging guys, where if he doesn't like your period, your shift, he's going to hold you accountable. But McMahon seems like he's been skating really, really well. Some great chemistry with Nylander and Max Domi there too. But we talked about it in the pregame with Nylander. You know, on that first goal, he did an amazing job of regrouping the puck, getting it to McCabe, and then coming into the net. But on that third goal there, McMahon's second, he chipped it into an area where that's a play where if he didn't make that, we're like, yeah, you know what, that's Willie. But he has an extra hop in his step where he chipped it into speed, chipped it to himself, and an amazing pass. And McMahon right now, he's showing, you know, why he is a second-line talent, where he can finish that puck. Great backhand to forehand, putting it past the LA goaltender for his third of the season.
And let's remind ourselves that Nylander didn't skate for 4 days after the Saturday game. His first skate was in the pregame tonight, so he looks like he's in pretty good shape. The other guy we're going to talk about, well, there's a couple more, but Austin Matthews, I mean, whiffed on the first attempt, and the second one, that puck went in so fast you could only see it come out after it hit somebody.
Yes, it just seems as if Jim Ralph's prediction is going to come true at 2 goals tonight, but it just shows what type of talent he is. It comes out the pass from the slot, from the corner from Mitch Marner to him, and he whiffs on it. And any other player would probably just, go into the goalie, but he finds a way to get it back with his backhand and pull it back, and just shows why he has one of the best releases in today's National Hockey League, where, watching from atop, I wasn't sure if it went in or not. That's how quick it was, in and out, and we obviously heard the buzzer, but this shows that was his 16th or 17th shot of the year. He's too good of a player to be held off the score sheets for many game segments there, so it's good to see him get on the board, and he's buzzing tonight with Marner. Marner is another player that had a great period, really great job facilitating the puck. So it's a good start for all 4 lines, and I'm sure Craig Berube is happy through 20 minutes.
The only reason I knew that went in was I watched the referee. He pointed at the net. I went, okay, it's a goal, because I never saw it. It was that fast.
Well, I don't know if they know what they're looking at, but that's neither here nor there.
Guy. Bit of a story there. Okay, let's move on. The other guy I want to center on is Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who had 2 assists, secondary assists, but he also had 3 shots on goal, and he's very noticeable out there.
And he's a guy, he could have had 5-6 shots. Again, on that power play, he dished a little bit, facilitated some of the guys, but he was a +3 tonight. But for me, what's impressive is just how he exits his zone. He doesn't have any panic on his puck retrievals. He makes a great first pass. He plays the game just simplistic, and when it's time to go on offense, that's when he knows when to activate, when to get pucks through. So it's simple. It's simple, but it's very, very effective, and it's contagious to some of these other Leafs Ds. So it's been a great 20 minutes for him, +3 so far in the game.
Well, I think you would agree that, this is a good example of how long it takes a guy to mature and grow into his career. Obviously had a great start in Arizona, not very good in Vancouver, found himself with the Panthers, and now he just looks like a very important part of that Leaf blue line here.
100%. And, sometimes, guys go through ups and downs, and there's different markets and different factors that factor into your play. But, he was a big cog in that Florida Panther wheel that won a Stanley Cup. And when you win a cup, you find a way to get things done, but you find a way to get through 82 games. And you learn from other players. He's played with some great partners over the years, and he was highly touted coming out of Arizona, where I'm pretty sure, every other team was vying for his services. So for him, I think he could teach some of these younger D as well, too, but he just plays the game just so simplistic. Definition of defense, and it's fun to watch from up top.
Okay, not a negative, but a mild concern for me. Stolar's behind the net with the puck. Doesn't quite work, does it? Forced a penalty there.
You know what? I'm just very impressed that through 3 games, we're not. This is all we have on Stolarz, right? But he's been great. He's been great. But I think for him too. Remember, it took them 8.5 minutes to get that first shot, and with that, sometimes you find a way to get active in the crease, and sometimes you might jump out and do something that you might not if you have extra work. So he ended up finishing with 9 shots on the period too. But it's early on in the season. There's going to be some jitters for everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's it's just when it goes back there, you go, how did that happen? It just seems to come out of nowhere, but nonetheless has stopped everything in front of him. In terms of with about 30 seconds left, what do the Leafs have to guard against here going into the second period?
You saw them get into trouble at the end of that first period with that puck management. We talked about LA's transition offense, where it can go from their blue line and a scoring chance within 4 or 5 seconds. Tavares there, it's a small thing. He got the puck out past the red line, but you got to get that puck 200 feet away from your net, because Byfield ended up almost making it 3-1 there too. So just better puck management. Stay out of your zone as much as you can. And again, let's continue building on that power play and try to get a couple tonight.
Looks great after 20 minutes of play. Leafs 3, the LA Kings nothing. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Touchdown.
Great catch.
Give me a high five.
5 minutes later.
Interception.
Awesome play.
Give me a high five.
2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order?
What's up? Joffrey Curry. What's up, Joffrey? Great to see you, my man. Thank you for being here since way back in the beginning. Big shout out to Joffrey. He's been awesome in the chat all the time. And when he's not, he's frustrated as hell about the Leafs, like all of us can get at times. All right, but we're not frustrated tonight. We are not frustrated tonight. 3-0. Let's not get frustrated, and let's keep this going, buds. Let's go back to the hockey, second period. Cheers to all of you. Refill the cocktails. Last chance here before the second period gets started. Go Leafs, go. Cheers, Mackenzie. Go Leafs, go. Oh, and Leafs fan as well. Sasha, look at all these people in the chat. There's Klomp. All right.
Grow shorter. Make the moments last longer at Thermea Spa Village. Engage your senses with an Aufguss ritual. Delight in seasonal flavors with a carefully crafted culinary experience. Relax in a hot bath and soak in the beauty of autumn. Plan your personalized weekday getaway at thermea.com/Whitby. Take good care.
Are you mellow yellow, tickled pink,
Seeing red? No matter the mood, Beauty Tone has the right hue for you. During the Great Renovate sale, save 25% on a gallon of Canadian-made Beauty Tone Pure Interior Paint. Get low prices on eggshell, velvet, and pearl finishes, plus our flat finish for only $41.97 a gallon. You'll be green with envy if you miss these deals, so hurry in before October 30th. Beauty Tone, rethink color. Only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations.
The Government of Canada settled a class action lawsuit for $817 million concerning disability pensions for qualifying veterans, RCMP members, their estates, or relatives. To find out if you're eligible, visit veteransclaim.ca.
This segment presented by Subaru. Enjoy fall to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go out of town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Not much going on tonight in Pittsburgh. The Sabres are there, lead at 3-2 late in the second period. Later on tonight at 9:30, Boston and Colorado, and at 10, Utah visiting the Ducks. In our game, 3-0 for the Leafs over the LA Kings after 20 minutes of play. Stolar stopped all 9 at the other end. Riddick stopped 9 of 12. Shots on goal, Austin Matthews has 3. Oliver Ekman-Larsson has 3. The Leafs had 12 shots in goal in total and 19 directed at the LA net. The Kings directed 21 at the Leafs net. But the key number that matters, 3 Toronto, 0 Los Angeles. The second period is next on Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
The Power Play with...
What's up, Insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during this Leafs Los Angeles Kings matchup. It's a doubleheader of LA teams here on Toronto Sports Insiders. We've got the NLCS game number 3 going as well, the Mets and the LA Dodgers. So Kings fans, welcome. Dodgers fans, welcome. But we're here for hockey. Go Leafs, go! Thank you all for being here. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Hit that flag out there in the chat. Put your nation in there. I want to see those Canada flags. Blow up that chat. But we always love to see how far out our reach is here on Toronto Sports Insider. Cheers, Insiders. Let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go!
Team because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Bray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app, now available for all subscribers.
Maple Leafs lead the hockey game by a score of 3-0 over the Los Angeles Kings. McMahon with a pair of goals. Austin Matthews with his first of the season. As Ekman-Larsson, Oliver Ekman-Larsson has picked up a couple of assists. And a pretty solid first period in which the Leafs outshot the Los Angeles Kings 12-9 and dominated the play.
And really, Anthony Stolarz was solid, but neither goaltender, or maybe Stolarz, Joe, in the first game of Montreal, was forced to be spectacular 4 or 5 times. But now in the last 2 games plus a period, the Leafs have done a pretty good job of clearing rebounds, letting the goaltender see it, and limiting the number of quality chances again. So A lot of it is, it's good goaltending, but the Leafs really have probably as big a difference as anything from previous years. They really have been a defense team first.
So the Leafs will defend the goal down to our left, and David Riddick is down to the right. Riddick, of course, played briefly in Toronto, 4 games in the 2021 season. And the draw won by Toronto, and down into the Leaf zone it goes. Morgan Riley circles the goal. A pass ahead for McMahon went astray. And it's turned into an icing here just 11 seconds into the second period. And the conspiracy theorists are working the press box because Jim Nill, general manager of the Dallas Stars, and a number of his people, scouts and front office type, are here in the building. I have no idea why they're here. Maybe they have scouting meetings going on or something, or maybe they're keeping an eye open because Timothy Liljegren is playing for the first time.
Well, there's no secret. The Leafs are going to have to do something if you get Hakanpää back. Connor Dewar, there's a number of players that are going to put them in cap jail. So you're going to have to make some moves somewhere. And we're not saying it's Liljegren or pointing on anybody else, but there's going to come that time where Leafs are going to have to start moving some money up.
Played along the boards. McMahon unable to get it out, and then gave the puck away, and a one-time shot was fanned on by Quinton Byfield, the young man from Newmarket, former Sudbury Wolf. Brought in over the line now by Nylander, rolls towards the net. Nylander trapping it, gets it back to the point. Ekman-Larsson tried to bank it into the corner, but it was picked off. And out come the Kings now with Adrian Kempe getting in over the line. Dropping for Laferriere. His shot was deflected wide of the net by Stolarz. Into the corner, back to the point once more. A wrist shot, blockered away, and then off the inboards it comes to the side of the net. Anthony Stolarz is there to pounce on it and cover up. And a face-off coming in the Toronto zone as a result.
The LA Kings have made the playoffs 3 consecutive years after missing 3 straight, but yet to get out of the first round. Last year it was the Edmonton Oilers that took them out the opening round. And it goes to show you, I mean, they do have the 2 cups, but it goes to show you how that window closes in a hurry, doesn't it?
No, and that's the one thing about Leaf fans. They're disappointed about the fact, obviously, and we all are, and so and no more so than the players, that they have not been able to advance past the first round only the one time. But yeah, getting to the postseason is a big chore as anything, and you cannot take that for granted. Too many teams don't make it, and when you don't, sometimes it's a streak, like you were talking about. Kings start out of their own end. Fogle hits the Leaf blue line, got a shot away, and Stolarz right out at the top of the crease with that big frame. Takes it on the chest, no rebound, face-off coming in the Toronto zone.
By the time the puck is released towards the net by Fogle, he's only got the one play. It's a 1-on-3. The Leafs didn't back into Stolarz to create a bigger screen for him. Even though the shots are 12-11, no question the Leafs have had the better scoring opportunities, which is why they're up 3-0.
Face off to the right in the Leaf zone, won by the Kings. They work it down into the corner. Clark got it around back of the net. Jumping in is Laferriere, getting it back into the slot. Kempe holding top of the circle now with a shot. Steered wide, rebound, jammed to the front of the net. That's brought a crowd in there. And Stolarz is down to cover up on it. And quite a traffic jam developing right at the side of the crease.
It was Kopitar that was eventually dragged down. Adrian Kempe tried to get in some shots, and Ekman-Larsson, and the veteran defenseman for the Leafs, a couple of shoulder shots back.
Mitch Marner was down in a heap as well, and then it looked like one of the football scrums where Guy goes over and gives you the hand and pulls you up. And one of the defensemen pulled Marner back up onto his skates. Chipped around the boards and out at center ice off a face-off win by the Maple Leafs. Kings with it on the wing. Clark shoots it back into the Toronto zone. Kempe got it to the side of the net. Kopitar couldn't help out. Now it's out at center, and Marner finds Riley. Riley works in on the right side, pulls up, tried to make a pass. It hit the skate of Laferriere, and out come the Kings now on the turnover at the blue line. Kept in now by Kempe. He tried to make a pass back to the blue line, and it's gone astray all the way down into the Kings zone. Leafs 3, Los Angeles no score. Shot back into the Toronto end. Riley plays it off the wall, but not out. Banked back down into the corner. Round back of the net, Liljegren. Forced wide and along the boards near side. The puck comes back into the slot area, and a wrist shot is off the mark. Wide! Rebound to the other side, and it trickled through the goal crease and went wide. Leafs have been living on the edge here as it's brought into the Los Angeles zone, and David Camp gets it around back of the net. Lorenz taken down back of the goal, couldn't come up with it. And now here the Kings getting it out at center. Rink-wide pass for Turcotte. Alex Turcotte dropping for Andre Lee. And another long shot into the chest of Stolarz. And the Kings have quickly taken over the shots on goal lead, now 15-12. The Leafs have not had a shot on goal here in the first 3 minutes and 33 seconds of the second period.
This is the second time the Leafs have had a 3-0 lead in the game. You'll remember the game they won in New Jersey. It was a 4-2 final. They were up 3-0 in the first, gave up a goal in the final minute of the first, then won in the final minute of the second before pulling it off against the Devils. And it can be a challenge. You get off to that lead in the first period. You don't want to take chances. You don't want to make mistakes to let them back in it. But you've still got to convince yourself that there's too much time to sit back and try to be overly careful.
Byfield gets it in over the line for Fiala. A long shot, blockered away. The puck comes to the side of the goal. And a big scrum there, and face-off coming. Good play by Jake McCabe to take his man down, and the puck ended up underneath Trevor Lewis. And a face-off coming in the Toronto zone again.
They start playing with fire, though, aren't they? A little bit too much back on their heels. That last one, Trevor Lewis from below the goal line tried to bank it in off the right pad of Stolarz. I guess it was Byfield that got there first. Lewis came in looking for the rebound, but Stolarz now has had to stop 16 LA shots, and we're just 3:55 into the second period.
Draw to his right. Won by LA. Into the slot. A shot off the mask of Stolarz, and it went into the near corner. Off his glove and then his head.
And he had no idea where it was.
Played back along the boards and back of the Toronto goal. Cut off there by Moore. Trying to come out in front. Back to the point. Shot. Stolarz stopped that, and he's got the rebound. And Craig Berube can't be very pleased with the amount of time the Leafs are spending in their own end. Despite leading 3-0, they have been down here for the first 4 minutes and 17 seconds of this second period.
One thing you don't want to do is let the Kings ever come back to take a lead into the third period. You know, last season, they were one of two teams in the NHL not to lose a game in regulation when leading after two. They were 35-0-3 when leading after two periods. Same record that the Florida Panthers had.
Byfield taking the face-off for Los Angeles. Wins it cleanly. Back to the point of shot. Stolarz deflecting that into the corner. Someone's broken a stick here, and it's one of the Kings as the puck comes out at center ice. Los Angeles back in. Had it broken up. Lorenz off the boards into the line, didn't get it out. Lorenz forces it up the boards, cut off by Morgan Riley, who plays it ahead, and now Lorenz just gets it out, only to have the Kings shoot it right back in again. Christopher Tanev along the boards to the near side. Reeves couldn't lift the stick of the LA players. It goes around to the far point, kept in, and a shot deflected just wide of the Leaf goal. Kings pressing, puck intercepted and brought out finally by David Camp. Camp gets it to the line and in. Not deep enough to even control in the offensive zone. And the Leafs now have to go back to their own blue line to cover up on a loose puck. Morgan Riley to center. He'll send it in off the glass. Carrots to the side of the net. Backhanded along the boards by Caleb Jones. And out at center ice it comes. Matthews launching it right back down into LA territory. Nyes into the forecheck as the Kings get it back out at center. McCabe restores, and Ekman-Larsson shoots it back in. Out of the net, Riddick to get it along the boards, and it won't reach McCabe, and the Kings have set it down into the Leaf zone. Out of the net was Stollers to try and tip it away. Could have been a penalty there. I think he touched it in the non-trapezoidal area, Mr. Rao. As it's played to center ice, and now Marner gets it down into the offensive end briefly. Now it comes free to Matthews, closing, and he got a shot away, and Riddick took that on the chest, couldn't control it, and had to jump out and pounce on the rebound. As Austin Matthews gets the Leafs' first shot on goal, and it comes at about 13:56 to go in the period.
There's a little bit of anger now behind those shots, right? Even the goal that Matthews scored in the first period, his first of the night, that was about 6 inches from going over the right shoulder of David Riddick.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
50 or over? Ask your healthcare provider if vaccination for pneumococcal pneumonia with Prevnar 20 is right for you. Visit Prevnar20.ca to learn more. Now publicly funded for eligible Canadians and covered by most insurance plans.
Touchdown.
Great catch.
Give me a high five.
5 minutes later.
Interception.
Awesome play.
Give me a high five.
2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2-for-1 Pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant, never mind. I'm hungry.
High five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium 1-topping pizzas for just $5 each.
2-for-1 Pizza, 2-for-1.
Alpine News Network.
What's up, insiders? Oh, yeah. What a game we've had so far. 3-0, buds. Let's go. Let's keep it going, boys and girls. Love it. We've got the chat going on fire these Leafs games. It's the best. There's, let me check. 3,200 people watching the Mets and the Dodgers game right now. But the real party is right here with the Leafs and with our big super chat, Jose Duarte. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. As well, Greg. Big shout out to Greg as well with the earlier super chat. And the new member, Kelly S. Cheers, Kelly. I appreciate you joining as a member, getting access to these awesome emojis. And Kilo with that awesome chat in there, showing off that he's a member and he's back. Absolutely love it. Mackenzie, go Leafs, go. Thank you for hanging out with us. As well, Roboto, it's a party. You got it. Sandy Anderson with the thumbs up. Cheers, Sandy. Thanks for hanging out with us. Now, let's get back to the hockey. Let's get another goal, shall we? Who's getting the next one? Maybe we should make a poll. Give me some suggestions in the chat, and I'll put a poll up here momentarily. Go, Leafs, go.
3-0 Toronto. Domi getting it ahead. Liljegren trying to move in, and he took a pretty good hip check there from Joel Edmondson and went into the far boards. Nylander couldn't keep the puck in. McCabe able to knock it back, and then it's brought in offside by Los Angeles, and we get Bobby McMahon involved with Philip Danault down in the corner. Doesn't seem to be any punches thrown, but they've got each other in pretty significant headlocks. And the tug of war finally ends.
You know, it's funny, when we're talking about, the Leafs might have some decisions to make and free up some cap space, and they've got too many defensemen. Well, let's go back to last year. Coming out of training camp, it was the same thing. There's too many. Yep. What are you going to do? Well,
then what happened?
Connor Timmins got hurt. Then Timothy Liljegren got hurt. And eventually, through all the injuries, that Morgan Riley got it. Then, through all the injuries, all of a sudden, Simon Benoit comes up
from nowhere
and is now on your starting six.
And plays his way into a contract.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you've got too many defensemen at the start of the season, here's the only advice you need. Just wait. because that seems to be the position that they're, you need more depth than anywhere else.
Philip Myers hasn't played a game.
No, and he would be another guy that would be a great fit.
And Rafai.
Marshall Rafai, I really liked him preseason.
I did too. Chip in by Tavares, gets it into the offensive zone.
Then Yanni Hakanpää, they hope will get back and help him.
Yep. At center, it is shot down into the Toronto end. Around on the boards for Benoit. Little touch pass for Tavares. Rink wide to spring Jake McCabe. McCabe at the line, flips it in. And going back after it now is Robertson. Robertson trying to dig it out of a maze. Had it chipped along the boards. Passed in by Tavares, didn't reach him. And it is cleared around the wall by Kyle Burrows and out at center and down into the Leaf end. Tanev going back. Got it ahead for Tavares. Long shooting into the far corner. Jones gets back for LA to get it up on the wing. Fiala now trying to move up on the left wing, sends it in over the line, only to have it turned around by the Leafs and sent back into the offensive zone. Nylander in! Oh, and it rolled off his stick. And then he set it right through the blue paint. No one could get a stick on it. Back to the point it comes. McCabe dishes it off for Nylander. Back to McCabe. McCabe in for Domi. Domi gets it around a crowd into the high slot. Onto the wing for McCabe. No traffic in front. And then the shot scores! Morgan Riley jumps in from the left point and redirects a Jake McCabe pass. And it is 4-0 Toronto.
First goal by a Leaf defenseman this year.
Yep.
And Max Domi will pick up the secondary assist. He threw it to Jake McCabe in the right wing boards. McCabe looks up and Morgan Riley takes off from the left point towards the front of the net. McCabe lays it there and Riley with a redirection. Blocker side. Short side, glove side on Riddick. And the Leafs have their biggest lead of the season at 4-0.
So Morgan Riley gets his first goal of the season. Now we got a whistle here on an offside, I believe. And for Morgan Riley, that is his 81st career goal in game 795.
Penalty number 44, 2 minutes delay of game.
Well, Kings getting nailed with a delay of game penalty here. And although you would like to think that 4 goals halfway through a game, a 4-goal lead is enough to be a pretty nice time for the Leaf power play. Put a real big stamp on this.
Power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy fall to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today.
So Mikey Anderson that flipped it over, but it was because of the pressure from Austin Matthews on the forecheck.
Here's Tavares working back towards the blue line. Sauces it off to Matthews. Matthews works back to the point to Ekman Larsson. Return to Matthews. Back to Ekman Larsson. Played off now to Marner. Marner with a pass down low. It was deflected wide. Round on the boards, Nylander trying to get it back and does. And Marner just did keep it in, but the Kings have intercepted and Danault has sent it out and down the ice. Last time the Leafs started a season with 4 games where they did not score a power play goal. I was not broadcasting yet.
Oh, that was a year before, right?
81-82, yes. So it isn't my fault.
Blame Pat Butek.
Exactly. Shot back down into the zone. And Rick Five scored 54, I think, that year. Or one of the 50-goal seasons that he had. Now off the stick, it comes into the Leaf zone, and Stollers has to come out and punch it ahead. Here's Marner working in over the line. Had it knocked away, but kept in there by Riley. Riley to Tavares, can't get to it, and the Kings are going to break it out at center. And they'll shoot it down into the Toronto end.
That's a smart play by Tavares. Puck goes off the left wing boards. There was a chance that he could have won the race, but you got a 4-0 lead in the second period. You got to err on the side of caution, and he did.
Here's Domi getting across the line, lost it. Riley in a bit of a foot race with Byfield. Byfield can't get around Domi, who got back. And now Domi battles for the puck in the corner, but the Leafs are not going to get much time left with 8 seconds left in the power play. Robertson will ring the boards with it to send it in. Down the boards, McMahon tried to tip it in front of the net, but Kopitar was there, and he'll get it out. The Leafs are 0 for 2 on the power play. Last year, the Leafs went 5 games without a power play goal, but they only had 10 opportunities during that 5-game stretch. They've had 14, make it 16 now, and, or excuse me, 11 now, but no goals. Brought on by Camp. David Camp's shot deflected into the corner. Reeves freed it up for his centerman. Camp sends it around to the far side. Pinching down there with Benoit. Trying to help out was David Camp, who was able to punch it back at the net. Reeves gets in there. Now a centering pass. No, it comes all the way back to the point. McCabe whistled a wrist shot over top of the net. Ekman-Larsson kept it in. Around back of the net to the near corner. McMahon getting to it, tried to make a centering pass. That didn't work, and it comes all the way back down into Toronto territory. Oliver Ekman-Larsson getting it ahead. Pass off a stick. Robertson is able to intercept and now plays it up on the right wing, and it is Pontus Holmberg down the right wing boards. Into the corner for Robertson. Robertson playing it back to the point, but the Leafs were trying to make a change on the blue line, and Lilligren had no chance getting there to keep it in. He'll get it ahead, though, and send it down into the zone, courtesy of Tavares. And a hit there rocks Pontus Holmberg as Andre Lee stepped into him. Lee taking Holmberg to the boards again. Holmberg trying to get free of the checking, but can't. And the Kings will send it around the boards to the far side. 4-0 Toronto with 7:50 to play in the second period. Kings sending it off the boards and into the zone. Onto the left wing side. Fogle with a shot. That didn't make it through. And we get a whistle here.
I think it's going to be Timothy Lilligren. It's going to be a trip. The Kings will be going to the power play here in the second.
All right.
No cross-checking is the call.
All right. This will even things up as far as the penalties are concerned. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
2K your way with SiriusXM channels designed to shift your timeline. Jump into the pit with hard rock and new metal on Turbo, Channel 41.
It's just one of those days.
Go hard all day with zeros and tens hip hop on Flex 2K, Channel 49. Wheeze in the track. Or sink into your feels with alternative anthems on Alt 2K. Listen to all of these and more 2000s channels across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't.
What's up, insiders? All right, yeah, this is the life. This is the life of TSI Mike right here. I put a poll together for who's going to score the next goal in the game, and then I come back with my refill of my cocktail, and here is the cat stealing my seat again. The cats fight over this seat. Baby cat loves this seat. David in the house. What's up, David? Leaf Fan King as well. Mark Daigle. A fresh refill of a cocktail to Mark Daigle and Mark Duffney as well. Cheers, gentlemen. The Mark D's in the house. Let's get the wave going. Let's get the cheers going. I love it. Let's get back to the hockey. Shout out to Super Chat over in the baseball stream. Tiv Nil, Super Chat. Thank you, Tiv Nil. Much appreciated for the support here to Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you, guys. Go check out the baseball game if you haven't already, and go hit that like button over there as well, because we have 3,600 hanging out over there. So check it out. All right, guys, go Leafs, go. Finish this second period or third period game. Rest of the damn game strong. Maybe I don't need another cocktail. Cheers, everybody.
Win against Utah at home.
And Arizona.
So technically, considering them a new franchise.
Yeah.
32 teams, and he's beaten 33 franchises. I don't know if you could do a lot better than that.
Well, Leafs send the puck out and down the ice. And Riddick will leave it at the side of the net. Adrian Kempe starts out 4-0 Toronto. Kings to the line and in on the right side. Ferrier got it back to the point, just kept in, comes to Fiala. Fiala down into the corner, sent back to Fiala to the point once more, rattled by Clark back into the corner. Back for Fiala, but it's intercepted, and Tanev has sent it off the far boards and cleared it down the ice. Leafs penalty kill. They've given up 3 goals on 14 times short. Brought by Byfield to the line, but he couldn't get in cleanly. Maybe too many men on the ice there almost for the Kings, but no call. Played back in over the line. Byfield couldn't get in, and it is grabbed off there by Benoit and cleared down into Los Angeles territory. Brent Clark starts back up ice. The Kings get it to the line and off Byfield in over the line. Ekman Larsson able to play it back. Now runs into a traffic jam in the near corner. That battle continues with 28 seconds left in the penalty. Far side, Trevor Moore trying to keep it alive. Gets it back to the point. Jones sends it back to Moore. Back it comes to Jones. Tipped on the left wing side for Philip Danault. A shot. And that was stopped. The rebound is bounced out at center ice as Caleb Jones couldn't keep it in. Jones pumps it back down into the Toronto end. Broken up there. The Leafs have killed off the penalty. Puck still in the far corner. Pontus Holmberg gets it off a stick, and it's out at center ice. Liljegren will go to the bench. Change is coming here for Toronto. Ekman Larsson tried to punch it back up the board. Got it handed back to him. Was able to get it with the assistance of Bobby McMahon down into LA territory. The Kings circle back, and they'll get it back down into the Toronto end. Stallers had that puck in his skates, and that's not a comfortable feeling for a goaltender. As it's cleared, had an icing call coming here against Toronto. That big paddle and those bad gloves, you got to have it out in front of you, because when it gets in your skates, you are toast.
That's when the old table hockey games, the man used to come off the post and you kept swiping over the puck every time you turn. Kids aren't going to know what we mean by table hockey games.
Oh, there's enough of us this age that would know that. I got mine from Esso.
From Esso?
Esso, yep.
I know my dad had a really old one.
My game, the men didn't move.
Oh, really?
No. Now here the Leafs in over the line for Nylander. Big save made there by Riddick.
Boy, he got a piece of it and then lost it as it trickled past the post.
Kings to the line, broken up again. Sent back, and Domi is racing this time. Domi goes deep onto the far half boards. Cycles it around back of the net. Didn't reach Nylander as it was cut off. And then Bobby McMahon stepped into Mickey Anderson and flattened him right behind the Kings' goal. Kopitar coming back the other way. Kopitar in on the left wing. The veteran gets it around the boards into the far corner. Robertson manages to come out of the scrum and skates it straight up ice to center. A pass ahead for Reeves. Back in for Robertson. Robertson tried to return the favor to Reeves. That didn't work. And the Kings get it out at center. Leafs scored 3 in the first. 1 more here in the second. And it is a 4-0 advantage. Homestand continuing on Saturday night when the New York Rangers arrive in town as we get an icing call against the Maple Leafs with 3:50 to play here in the second period.
A big hit by Bobby McMahon that got the crowd excited here moments ago. So a big hit to go with a couple of goals. And I know, obviously, you lose Austin Matthews, you lose William Nylander in the playoff series. For any amount of games, it's going to hurt you. But I still think losing Bobby McMahon, Joe, for the entire series
had a big factor in it.
Yeah, it was huge as well.
Shot from the point, went wide, cleared into the corner by Benoit. Benoit tried to kick it free. Kings come away with it. A shot towards the net. Didn't reach the goal. Robertson can't get it out. Oh, and a good pad save made there by Anthony Stollers. And that was a quick right leg he demonstrated there as the Leafs finally get the puck out into the center ice area. Kings get it back in over the line. Knocked towards the blue line. Matthews trying an alley-oop pass. Nyes had to track that down to stay on side, and he's able to take it in with a shot, and that was stopped. Rebounded Nyes in the corner. Nyes getting it back to the point. Shot taken by McCabe, deflected wide. Back of the goal, the Leafs with some pressure here. Matthews and Nyes come out of the corner. Back to the point to McCabe. To Marner. Marner dips and doodles. Works his way to the left wing side. Centered for Nyes. And his shot went off the leg of Clark and went wide. Matthews trying to get away, was held. And a penalty coming here to Los Angeles.
Well, holding is going to be the call as Matthews got tied up in the left wing circle. And the Leafs again will have a great opportunity with the extra man to extend the lead to 5.
It is 4-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Life's a blur of routines, isn't it? Work, deadlines, repeat. But what if you could hit pause? With a community of travel experts that have been there and done that, you can find deals that you'll cherish almost as much as the memories you'll create. Whether it's sun, adventure, or pure relaxation.
Hey, Leafs fans! Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight during the Leafs and the LA Kings matchup right here on Toronto Sports Insider. It's a commercial break, so it's a perfect time for you to exit out of the chat and make sure that that thumbs up is hit. If you hit that like button yet, please make sure you've hit that like button so we can get more and more Leafs fans here in the chat cheering on our buds while we try to destroy the LA Kings tonight. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hitting that like button. And don't forget, share this out as well. Put it out on the Leaf boards. Let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat, having a good time and finding our awesome Toronto sports community. Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go.
The Los Angeles Kings after the fourth goal. I didn't notice the change, did you? Or you would have mentioned it if you hadn't noticed it. I would hope.
That was 5 minutes ago, playing time.
So the face-off to the right in the Kings zone, and the Leafs to the power play for the third time, and it'll go down the ice. The power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy fall to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today. Here's Matthews in on the left wing. Tavares back to Matthews, trying to chip it back at the net. Tavares got it freed up for Nylander. Back to Tavares on the left wing side. Nylander trying to dig the puck out of a maze. Tavares is there. Comes back to Marner. Marner's able to keep it alive. And the Kings, though, come up with it, and they'll send it out and down the ice.
Goalie change must have been made during the commercial break, because Riddick still played 37 minutes and 22 seconds.
There, that'll teach them. There's Matthews coming to center. Works it in on the left wing to Tavares. Got it back to Marner. Down the left wing boards into the corner. Back it goes to the captain. Now on the right side for Nylander. And a shot scores! Power play goal on a deflection in front. Nylander with the shot. Was Tavares around, or was it Marner?
Well, Marner points to Nylander after it went in. But Phoenix Copley Went down on the shot from rather long range. But Nylander is, in fact, the Leaf first to the bench for the high fives, and it would appear that Willie has 3 on the year now. Top of the circle, Mitch Marner in front waved at him, but the shot goes far side. Blocker side over the right shoulder of Copley to give the Leafs a 5-0 lead with 1:29 to go here in the second.
Third of the season for Willie Nylander. First power play goal of the season for the Maple Leafs. Matthews has gotten onto the boards. A lot of feel-good story going on here at the expense of the LA Kings, who have given up a boatload of goals in the last couple of games.
Darcy Kemper, who came back to LA in the offseason, played the first 3 games for the LA Kings and is not even dressed tonight. He did play in the 8-7 loss to Ottawa 2 nights ago. But they called up Phoenix Copley on an emergency basis to back up tonight, and finds himself in the game here late in the second.
Long lead pass through center for Alex Turcotte, sent down into the Toronto zone. 44 seconds left in the period. Off the boards, it's sent in by Pontus Holmberg. Down into the corner and around the boards, it'll come the left wing side, and the Kings get it out at center ice.
Time of the goal, 18:31.
Kings shoot it into the Leaf zone, near corner for McCabe. And Domi finds the puck on the left wing and is able to carry down the boards and send it in over the line. And the Kings go back with Gavrikov getting it off the boards to center. Benoit chopping at it but didn't get it out. Byfield in with a pass on the right wing side. And Stollers came across nicely to take that shot away.
Looked like something out of a practice drill, didn't it?
Yep.
It's like he knew where it was going.
And there's the horn that ends the period. 3 in the first, 2 more in the second. And a lot of feel-good going on as far as the Leafs are concerned, with Matthews on the boards. The first power play goal is in the books. And Anthony Stollers has stopped all 23 King shots he's faced in the first 2 periods.
And I think, like we saw the game in New Jersey, they got up 3-0 in the first, gave up 1 late in the first period. Devils came back and made a game of it, so I thought it was very important for the Leafs, taking a 3-0 lead into the second period, that they continue not only to manage the game, but still create a little more offense and not get caught sitting back and allow the Kings to sneak back into it. So I thought it was pretty impressive second period from Toronto's standpoint, that they finally got the offense going. Matthews didn't get the first shot, did he, till about 7 or 8 minutes into the period. But then they got rolling again and were able to build on the lead to go up by 5 after 2.
Matthews and Marner assisting on the power play goal from William Nylander, his 3rd of the season. We'll step aside. Anthony Stewart joining our Jim Teddy. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
I think C.J. Stroud just has that poise. Plays like he's been in the league 10 or 12 years.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Brock Purdy's playing unbelievable. I think kind of quietly he's just been brushing it.
Get closer to the game with...
Wait, do you guys see who's here? You see that guy? Harold Ballard in the house. Lift the curse, Harold. Let it go, man. Let it go. All right? The bunker is bouncing. We're having a good time. I saw you the second you came in. Harold, great to see you, man. I love it. The chat is popping off tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are having an absolute blast. What a night here in the chat. The buds are just feeling it right now. The goals are flying, absolutely flying in. Nice call, everybody, with Willie Nylander there with the goal. Absolutely beautiful. Shutout there, Stollers. Love it. Wilf Stollers is looking really good, man. I always get his name mixed up. Stollers. I'll get there. As soon as we give me a couple more weeks, right? Exactly. All right. There you go. Mark Daigle in the house. I love it, Mark. Wilf, Jesse, Bad Meets Evil. The score 5-0. Toronto Maple Leafs. 5-0. Cameron Singh as well in the house. Good to see you, Cameron. Shroom Merchant, excuse me. Good to see you, Mushroom. And as well, we've got a whole bunch of other people here. Great to see you, Rick Smith. I love it, Rick. Awesome to have you hanging out with us tonight. as well. Lisa and Christine, the ladies holding it down there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now let's get to the intermission report. Thank you all for hanging out. Cheers to the super chats and the support. Absolutely huge. Jose, my man. Absolutely huge as well. Greg, dude. Crazy. Thank you guys. Go Leafs, go. Let's have some fun here in the third period. Anybody else really excited about how the Buds are playing with this new head coach, Craig Berube? I'm really excited. Time for a poll about that one. Who's with me? Back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go. Hey, Leafs fans. Thank you so much for
XM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Stuff is going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than Sirius XM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the Sirius XM app. Just search FC.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Tavares got it back to Marner, down the left wing boards, into the corner. Back it goes to the captain, now on the right side for Nylander, and a shot, score! Power play goal on a deflection in front. Nylander with the shot. 5-0. The Leafs lead over the Kings after 40 minutes of play. TSN After 40 brought to you by 241 Pizza. Give yourself a high five. Buy any large traditional pizza. Get up to 3 medium one-topping pizzas for $5 each. 241pizza.com. Jim Taddy, Anthony Stewart with you live from Scotiabank Arena, where the Leafs have had their way with the Kings. No question about that.
It's definitely been a lot of positives, and again, I think it starts between the pipes with Stolars, who could have easily let in one or two there. The LA Kings, again, came out firing, I think, the first 5-6 shots of the period. But, again, I think with the Toronto Maple Leafs right now, their counter punch is really, really good, and you're seeing the confidence there, especially on that Riley goal. The defense are activating down the line. They're getting a really good cycle going, too, and Riley activating to the net. Beautiful pass, shot pass by McCabe there as well. And then finally, the power play. I know we're going to get into the power play, too, but it finally clicked now, so that's the monkey off their back as well, too. So if I was Berube, I couldn't write a better script right now. All four lines are going. They're playing with some discipline as there as well, and it's a great 40 minutes for the Maple Leafs.
Somebody somewhere had the parlay of Matthews scoring and the Leafs getting a power play goal, and they're laughing. They're enjoying themselves. That Nylander power play goal, that's just a wicked shot.
And I think that's, if I'm Coach Berube, I think that's the one element that has been missing. But again, it starts with those little interchanges, those little mini cycle plays, and opens it up, that shot from up top. And I think what's missing from there that some people may have missed was just that moving screen from Marner, who came across the crease and looked like he may have gotten a stick on it. But Nylander's been dancing. I took a couple notes, and he's been very light on his feet, very nimble. I haven't used that adjective in a while, but he's looking like he's rejuvenated as well, too. And he's been probably one of the most consistent players so far for Toronto.
Yeah, this is a game-time decision. He hadn't skated since, I think, Saturday when he played, and then had battled some sort of an illness and didn't skate until the pregame, and then looks like it looks like he could go another 4 or 5 periods. He's really got the wheels out there. I like how you analyze the goal, just because, not just his goal, but all the goals, because as good as the shot is that gets the puck in, there's all these little things that set up that opportunity, and I don't know that we would have said that in the past.
Yeah, and it's easy to say, well, we want more shots and just letting muffins go from the top of the circles there, but again, there's a lot of movement, and when you have people, especially in that crease area, what it does now, it keeps that goalie sort of pushed back on his crease. You don't want the goalie at the top of the crease, and Phoenix Copley came in relief of David Riddick, and I believe he was on a plane today. So again, for my game plan, it's continue just to get pucks on net, but just getting in his his crease, keeping him nervous there. When you have that movement, it sort of doesn't let him get set, and it gets your shooters, gives them that space to get that shot, and eventually in the net like Nylander did there.
Yeah, Copley's recall was announced this morning. Kemper had played the first 3 games in some sort of an injury, a day-to-day thing, so they had to call Copley up, and he's going to play 2/3 of this game. I think also if you're looking at the score sheet and you're going over how you describe those goals, the primary assist is really nice.
It is. And when you're a team that's moving their feet and they're taking the will away from the opponent, it gives you that little extra time to make that play. So as important as I think it's the primary assist, I think the secondary assist has been equally important where they're making those plays as well too. But it starts from the D zone where they're just finding a way to sort of collapse but get pucks out and get into those foot races. And this Toronto Maple Leafs team's looking a lot more fleeter of foot than last year still. But again, it's been some great plays, especially in the O-zone. And that's what Craig Berube's talking about. Do not waste time going east-west through the neutral zone. They're getting it from the tops of their circles in zone very, very much quicker than in years past. And it's opening up those seams to make those primary assist plays.
So what works for me is there's a sag at the start of the second period. The Kings controlled things for, I think, 6-7 minutes, and it looked like they had solved the Leafs. So this is the sample size that compares with Saturday and Thursday night, last Thursday night in New Jersey, where it was a second period, I guess, I don't want to say lapse, but where it went the other way. And in all 3 of these cases, it didn't hurt them.
It hasn't. And yes, they're going to have their lapses for 4, 5, 6 minutes. And I noticed they took their foot off the gas. They decelerated a little bit, but that's only natural in a 3-goal lead. What you don't want to do is be over forechecking. You're getting 3 guys caught, and you're off on 3-on-2 rushes. So I didn't really notice a lot of 3-on-2s. I didn't notice any 2-on-1s. I didn't notice the D cheating at the line and them going off to the races. They had a couple lapses in their D zone, but that's only natural in a game now where you almost feel like you have it on the bag. But for me, Stolarz, he made some key saves early in that second period because if it's 3-1 or it's 3-2 or you take another bad penalty, they're back into the game. There's been no panic. So despite those little lapses here and there, so far this season there hasn't been, oh, here we go again type scenarios.
Right, yeah. So let's talk about the Kings. Tough game Monday in Ottawa, having a tough time tonight, and tomorrow night in Montreal. This cannot be pleasant.
No, and if I'm Coach Hiller, I'm waiting for a practice in between to sort of skate the team and skate it out of it. But it's tough. It's tough, traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast. And yes, it's the National Hockey League. You have to perform. You're paid millions and millions of dollars. But again, I think for them, they're trying to work some other guys in. That fourth line's been struggling a little bit, getting in the penalty trouble. Lewis isn't a spring chicken. I think he played against me when I played 9 years ago. That's neither here nor there. But it's early on in the season, and it's going to take time for teams to sort of get established. But for the Maple Leafs, they seem like they've hit the ground running, and they're starting to now activate and implement this new system that Craig Berube's been implementing as well.
Leafs have a 5-0 lead after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Fall for Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never blue. Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Okay, so right now we don't have enough bedrooms.
Needs a real estate person.
And we're expecting our first child.
And party supplies.
We know it's a boy.
A toy store.
They say everything changes with kids.
Insurance.
I think we're going away somewhere to celebrate.
A good travel agent.
Then we'll work on the baby's room.
Paint, furniture, and pizza.
I have some great ideas I heard on the radio.
Shopping. Be where anyone who needs you can meet you. Be on the radio. Your customers are already here.
A 2025 Canada's Wonderland Gold Pass is your ticket to unlimited visits through the rest of this year and all of 2025. Make the park your own with access to 2 years of Halloween Haunt and Winterfest. Plus, ride the all-new Alpine Fury, Canada's longest, tallest, and fastest launch coaster, coming in 2025. All for just 12 payments of $9, plus taxes and processing fee up to $9.99. Online only. Get your 2025 Gold Pass now at canadaswonderland.com.
After decades of shaky hands caused by debilitating tremors, Sunnybrook was the only hospital in Canada who could provide Andy something special. 3 neurosurgeons, 2 scientists, 1 movement disorders coordinator, 58 answered questions, 2 focused ultrasound procedures, 1 specially developed helmet, thousands of high-intensity focused ultrasound waves, 0 incisions, and that very same day, 2 steady hands. From innovation to action, Sunnybrook is special. Learn more at sunnybrook.ca/special.
Ever wondered what's actually below your lawn? Buried power lines are closer than you think. One wrong move with a shovel could be disastrous. Always locate lines for free before you dig. Your life depends on it. Visit hydro1.com/yoursafety to learn more.
Walmart is the #1 place to save on groceries. And right now, you can save $4.13 on a 3-pound bag of Cara oranges, on for only $2.84 each. That's 59% in savings. Walmart. Save money. Live better.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go out of town to get a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Sabres 5-4 the Penguins. That's was 7 minutes left in the third period. Other action starting at 9:30. Bruins in Colorado. And at 10, Utah visiting the Ducks in our game. Well, it's 5-0 for the Leafs over the LA Kings. The Leafs have a power play goal. Austin Matthews has a goal. And so now all the demons have been exorcised. We'll see what that means going into the third period. That is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Whatever. I'm Billy Joel. We've got stories about my songs and lots more on the Billy Joel channel.
Returning tomorrow for a limited time.
I lit the keys of a piano on fire during one of our club gigs that we did in the early 70s. I had some lighter fluid, and I said, what the hell? The Billy Joel channel.
Exclusively on Sirius XM Channel 17. Everywhere on the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them. Because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than Sirius XM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the Sirius XM app. Just search FC.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Maple Leafs having their way with the Los Angeles Kings leading 5-0 after 40 minutes of play. The goal scorers, Bobby McMahon has scored twice, give him 3 on the season. Austin Matthews and Morgan Riley have scored 1 each, and Willie Nylander ends the power play goal drought with his 3rd to round out the scoring in the second period, and it is 5-0 Toronto.
I imagine the LA Kings had a great streak last season. They have not taken a lead into the Kings when leading after 2, which was the identical record of the Florida Panthers.
One thing we should point out, though, Anthony Stolarz, although the game is somewhat lopsided, in that second period, the first 5 or 6 minutes, he was instrumental in making sure it didn't get to 3-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, and it goes back to, even with power play goals, sometimes it's not how many, it's when. So now you got a 3-0 lead into the first period. LA's looking for something to get back into the game and get excited about and change the momentum. And Anthony Stolarz, really that was the busiest and most difficult shots against that he had to face in this game. And it might go for naught if the Leafs end up winning this by 6 or 7 goals. But at the time, it was a turning point, or it could have been.
Played down into the King zone. They defend the goal down to our left. And Byfield will get it out at center and flip it off onto the left wing side. Working in is Anderson with a shot that deflects up into the screen and has gone out of play.
We've been saying with the Leaf power play as well. I mean, the power play goal tonight was the 5th goal of the game for the Leafs. So it may not have been the most important, but throughout the year you'll have those games where you win by a big margin and you go 4 for 7 or 5 for 8 in the power play. And you don't need all the good luck with the extra man and a lopsided win, but it certainly builds the stats.
Domi sends it down into the offensive zone. And the Kings are going to get it right back out into neutral ice. And in over the Leaf line. Here's Byfield trying to backhand it towards the net. He's forced wide and back of the goal. Domi trying to get it freed up and got it on the wing for Bobby McMahon. And McMahon has found his defenseman. And the Leafs are changing, and so are the Kings. As they start out of their own end. Out at center and deflected in by Matthews. The puck comes around the boards, cleared by Copley back into the corner, and out come the Kings on the right wing. LaFerriere in across the line, got it into the corner. Kempe trying to dig it off the wall, but can't come up with it cleanly. Now gets it back to the point. Kept alive now for Kopitar. Kopitar with a shot, and that bounced off a body, went high in the air, and Marner tracks it down. Mitch Marner. Back to Benoit. Up ahead on the wing, and Matthews couldn't get by the checking, and it is cleared right back down into the Toronto zone. Leafs get it out at center and down to the blue line. Moore is there for Los Angeles. Played ahead, deflected into the zone by Philip Danault. Stolarz around the boards to get it ahead. Tavares gets it out. Now here's Robertson in across the line. Had it taken away, though, and couldn't steal it back from Trevor Moore. Kings play to the near wing. Burrows gets it out, and it is launched high in over the line where Tavares is able to settle it down and get it ahead. Here's Robertson in on the left wing, taken to the boards as he set it in wide of the net. Pontus Holmberg unable to reach it, and the Kings will find an opening on the near side, and Kyle Burrows waits for teammates to change. It's a late start, and a shot in the slot has beaten Stolarz. Alex Turcotte got a loose puck in the slot area. And it's going to be Tanner Jeannot. No, it's Turcotte who scored the goal, isn't it?
Yep, Turcotte got it back. It was essentially a 3-on-3 coming into the Leaf zone. And Turcotte was just able to get enough space in the middle of the ice at the puck on his stick and just rifled it right away on Stolarz and beats him about a foot off the ice glove side, and the LA Kings are on the board. And no, this doesn't touch a thing as it beats Stolarz cleanly. That comes in the 25th shot on goal for the LA Kings in this game.
Kind of it was an innocuous play. It was just,
kind of out of nowhere, but he said Turcotte, for a split second, got the puck on his stick at the middle of the ice, and just a great release.
Kings get it down to the Toronto blue line. Taken down on the play. There was a penalty coming here to Toronto.
I think it's Jake
the Kings
McCabe
come away
is
with
go.
it. It comes into the slot. Kopitar got a shot away, and McCabe will touch it now, and the penalty will come to the Maple Leafs.
All right, holding is going to be the call, so even though you're comfortably up 4, the LA Kings could certainly make it interesting here. I think what you always do, and maybe it's my, with all due respect, my minor league mentality. You fear the worst every time. You got a 5-0 lead into the third. Well, what can you and I draw on?
Yep.
Back when the St. Louis Blues in the early 2000s came back from a 5-0 deficit in the third period to beat the Leafs in overtime, with Curtis Joseph in goal for the Leafs. So that's always in the back of your mind, that we've got it under control, but
yes,
every now and then there are these
strange
games
happening
that come out of nowhere.
Yep. Well, Kings on the power play. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. As the Leafs clear and get it down into the LA zone. Brought by Kopitar to center and shot in and around the boards. Benoit knocked it back towards the blue line. Brent Clark is able to keep it in for the Kings. Tried to chip it into the corner. Stolen by the Leafs and played out and down the ice by Benoit, who will go to the bench, and the Leafs will get a change going with 1:17 to go in the LA power play. Their third of the game, which equals the Leafs total. Kopitar to center. On the wing for Adrian Kempe. Played into the corner, backhanded around the boards. It'll come to the blue line. Fiala trapping it into the corner. Fiala gets it back into the slot with a pass in that was deflected off the side of the goal. Leafs trying to get it ahead and can't clear. Kept in by Clark at the point. Fiala to the near side, and a one-timer whistled by Kempe went wide, and it caromed off the glass and has come all the way down the ice. 34 seconds left to go in the power play. Fiala in across the line on the left wing. Saucers it back to the blue line. 26 seconds left in the power play. Fiala to the left wing side and a shot. Good block made there by Tanev. Into the corner, fed back by Turcotte. Comes back to the point once more. Clark keeping it alive. Got along the boards. Near side for Philip Danault. Danault to the side of the goal. A tip there made on net. Stopped by Stollers. Leafs can't get it out. 4 seconds left in the penalty. Played back to the point. Shot deflected right on. Big save made by Stollers. Centering pass. Oh, he got over again. And the Leafs are going to get it to the line, but not out. 2 brilliant saves made by Anthony Stollers. Another shot has gone off the stick of Benoit up into the screen. And Anthony Stollers came across and made 2 brilliant saves.
I know you made reference to it earlier in the season, the home opener against Pittsburgh. How does that not get a standing ovation from the fans here? I mean, Stollers makes not 1 but 2 unbelievable stops to keep the Leafs up by 4, and it was as if you'd just seen an offside. Did you not agree? I mean, I thought the place was going to go absolutely nuts. They show them on the big screen. They show the replay.
No,
I know you're there ahead of me. Huh?
It is frustrating, I know. Back down into the zone, and the Kings are going to break it out at center ice. Pass up on the left wing. Good hip check in the door. Flies open on the far side, where the Leafs end up going off the ice. We almost lost somebody. And it's shot down the ice by Toronto, and an icing call coming here against the Maple Leafs. Hey, how about Tom Brady? I guess Mario Lemieux set the tone. Former player purchasing part of a team, right? So Brady is now the minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. He spent a lot more money than I did purchasing my share of the Green Bay Packers.
Because he
Mine only has 3 digits.
Because he divorced a little better than you.
Yeah. Well, Bitcoin and all of that other stuff. I never got involved, so, yeah. Here the Kings getting it back to the blue line, just kept in. Kopitar. The pass into the corner. Burrows tried to work it back to the net. Adrian Kempe gets it back to the blue line. Burrows with it again. Leafs are chasing in their own zone. A puck into the near corner. Goes around the boards. Cut off there by left Ferrier. He can't make a play, and Bobby McMahon can't get it out. Kopitar then gives it away. Nylander unable to reach it, and the Leafs have iced the puck. And they're going to have to come back into their own end, and they have been sitting in their own end a little bit here. And the Kings have come on.
Not to take away from what the Leafs have been able to accomplish, but sometimes you got to take advantage of your opposition when it comes to the schedule. Right? They get New Jersey, first game home after opening the season in Czechia. Right? And come up with a 3-0 lead there. The LA Kings have been on the road forever. They started with preseason games, the last 2 in Quebec City. And have been on the road. They were doing renovations at the rink in Los Angeles. So they had to start the season on the road. They don't play a home game until they get San Jose at home in, what is it, on the 24th of October.
Puck at the Toronto blue line, pushed out there by Nyes. And Matthews sends it back into his own end, and the Leafs will play it ahead and deflect it down into LA territory. Jones gets it right back out again. Kings in on the left wing, trying to drive is Moore. Moore got it into the slot, and the shot went just wide of the Leaf goal. Puck around to the side of the goal, comes in front, and Nyes is able to bat it free and carries the center. He's going to knock it down into Kings territory and go in to do some forechecking. Matthews trying to help out, but the Kings come away with the loose puck, and they're out at center ice with Anderson leading the rush to the blue line and in. Anderson follows up on it, tries to jam it in on the short side, and it was knocked away by Stollers. And now Matthews will play it back to the goal, and the Leafs will get a change going as Marner is back there. He'll get it up for Benoit. Saucered ahead at center. Chipped into the zone by Pontus Holmberg, who'll go into the forecheck. Tavares trying to help out, but the Kings are quickly bringing it right back. Byfield up on the right side for Trevor Lewis. Back in for Byfield, but it got away from everyone and rolls to the net, where Stollers is able to put a glove on it and get a stoppage of play and a face-off coming in the Toronto zone when we return. The Kings on the board, but the Leafs had 5 in the first 2 periods. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Formula One lives on TSN.
The New York Jets are trading for Devontae Adams.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
This was a team that clearly was Super Bowl or bust.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
Which is why you make that trade.
And expert analysis on NFL Radio.
Not going to help the Jets tackle anybody better or protect the quarterback, but Aaron Rodgers wants, Aaron Rodgers gets.
Live sports talk when you need it is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The Leafs fan that's hanging out with us watching the Leafs and the Kings tonight. Have you hit that subscribe button yet? Have you turned on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Toronto Maple Leafs game, as well as every single Toronto Raptors game once the preseason business is done? No feeds for the preseason for some reason. But the regular season Raptors games, as well as the Argos, the CFL playoffs, the MLB playoffs, the Buffalo Bills, we do it all here on Toronto Sports Insider. And it all started with you, the Leafs. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping us make this amazing community what it is. and I appreciate every single one of you insiders helping us change the world, one insider at a time, with the work that we've been able to do with Sick Kids. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Go Leafs, go! Yeah!
Running all of the technical stuff as the Leafs have a 5-1 lead over the Los Angeles Kings here in the third period. McMahon with a pair. Matthews, Riley, and Nylander have scored for Toronto. Tanev with a pass that goes astray and another icing call. Going to be brought back into the Maple Leaf zone.
Well, sure, if you're Craig Berube, you will take a very uneventful, boring final 11 minutes and 36 seconds.
Well, the Leafs have scored 5 goals on 20 shots. I think he would like to have a few more directed at that end of the rink rather than playing the kitty bar the door. I wonder how that phrase came from. Anyway.
I did Google it, and I can't remember what it was, but.
All right. Play it out at center ice.
Gotta be careful.
Have anything to do with cats?
Might be something real bad that we shouldn't even make reference to.
Here are the Kings across the line. Clark in on the wing. Blocker save made by Stollers. Puck cleared to the line, but not out. Kept alive now for Fiala. Centering pass stopped by Stollers. Sprawling puck goes into the net. It looked like Stollers was going to get to it, but Kevin Fiala managed to get his stick underneath the glove of the Leaf goaltender. And all of a sudden, it's 5-2 with half the third period to come.
Boy, the Leafs got within 5 feet of the blue line of getting it out. It was turned over, so you had 3 forwards going the wrong way. And 10:57 to go. And again, this is not a whole lot of time and space. Stollers kicked out his right pad on the initial shot, which produced a huge rebound. Then it rattled around some skates, and it looks like Craig Berube has called a timeout here to do exactly what we're talking about, to try to get this settled down. Yeah, it was a turnover right at the Leaf blue line that had players out of position and scrambling to get back, and Craig Berube seems somewhat animated over on the Leaf bench.
Yes, and that famous Berube scowl is part of the
and he's really has been brutally honest when it's come to the team, and not to the point where there's been any kind of panic or, oh my God, this is, but he's brutally honest. He's talking about Max Domi needing to shoot the puck more. Mm-hmm. And he said it starts in practice, and habits are difficult to break. But interesting choice of lines. He comes out with the David Kampf line, the fourth line here after that timeout.
Laid up on the left wing. Shot by Englund down into the Toronto zone, and then brought in offside as it struck a skate and went back outside the blue line. And so it'll come back into neutral ice. Yeah, he puts the fourth line out after the dissertation at the bench. Maybe the other line's getting a little extra earful with that fourth line out on the ice.
Yeah. More guys you wanted to continue conversing with.
Yes. And another thing.
Yeah.
Los Angeles goal.
Here's Burrows shooting it down into the Toronto end. McCabe against the boards, got it ahead for Domi. Domi trying to flip it high, got it across the line for Bobby McMahon. He didn't see it. Now McMahon has his man tied up, but can't come away loose to find the loose puck. And the Leafs keep it in. McMahon down the left wing boards. Got it in around back of the net for Nylander. Couldn't carry it back of the goal with his skate. And the Kings will organize back in their own end as the Leafs get a change going. 9:58 to play in the third period. LA starting through center. Brought in over the line by LaFerriere. Worked down into the left wing corner. Stood up there by Chris Tanev. Puck goes into the point area, and now a long shot. Good pad save made by Stollers, and it is cleared to the line and out by Matthews. He got it ahead to Marner. Marner's in across the line, or at least Nye's going to the front of the net, and the pass for him is gloved by Copley. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Los Angeles zone. Really the first shot directed towards the goal. The Leafs had 19 in the first 2 periods. They now have 20. But it's 10 minutes and 30 seconds in before Phoenix Copley from North Prairie, Alberta, North Pole, Alaska. Yeah, right? It's a long way from.
I only know one other person that lives there.
Yes. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
Joe and Lucy needed a new roof and reached out to Alpine Credits. I flew over to help them with a home renovation loan. I suggested they transfer.
Hey, Leafs fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight during the Leafs and the LA Kings matchup right here on Toronto Sports Insider. It's a commercial break, so it's a perfect time for you to exit out of the chat and make sure that that thumbs up is hit. If you hit that like button yet, please make sure you've hit that like button so we can get more and more Leafs fans here in the chat cheering on our buds while we try to destroy the LA Kings tonight. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hitting that like button. And don't forget, share this out as well. Put it out on the Leaf boards. Let's get more Leafs fans here in the chat, having a good time and finding our awesome Toronto sports community. Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go.
Just my beagle, Buster, and me needs a pet supply store. I didn't think we were going to make it. And a car dealer. I brought way too much stuff. Long-term storage. My girlfriend is going to be here real soon. Florist shop, a good restaurant, and towels and linens. I'm going to surprise her. Tattoo parlor. The other morning on the radio, I heard 10 perfect ways to propose. Jewelry store. Be where anyone who needs you can meet you. Be on the radio. Your customers are already here.
Joe Bone and Jim Ralph, 9:30 left to play. Third period, a 5-2 Toronto lead. And it took half the period for the Leafs to get a shot. Now Marner working back towards the blue line. Walks the line with it, still with it. Holds to the near side, sends it to the front of the net. Nyes couldn't get a stick on it. And the Kings will get it out into the center ice area. Marner hustling back after it. Almost put the grab on LaFerriere, but then thought better of it, and a pretty good decision it was, as Nyes is able to get the puck to the Leaf blue line, and it's quickly played over on the far side. Rink-wide pass finds Nyes. Can't hook up with Matthews, though. Kings back the other way. Matthews getting back to steal the puck back from his check, and Adrian Kempe taken down by Matthews. And an errant pass intended for Robertson has turned into an icing with 8:46 left to play in the period.
Adrian Kempe may have been trying to draw a penalty, but great job in the back check by Austin Matthews. Even though the Leafs had numbers back, it was the pressure from behind that Matthews lifted the stick of Kempe. But 8:46 to go. The Kings with both goals here in the third period to cut into the Leafs lead. It's 5-2 Toronto.
Down the boards, Clark trying to come in front of the net. Player taken down in the goal crease by the Maple Leafs. And there's going to be a penalty here. Is that Jake McCabe?
No, I think it's Oliver Ekman-Larsson.
Yep.
And it was sort of a punch or push to the back of Deneau. And Deneau went down, and Ekman-Larsson is going to go. I don't think if Deneau does not hit the ice or leave his feet, I don't think it's a penalty, and I think he left his feet rather easily because it was a bit of a shot right between the numbers.
Well, the penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. And it's shot down the ice. In this period, brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. Lorenz knocked down on the play as the Kings centering in front of the net. Lorenz is going to flip it out at center and go racing after it, but he's going to get beaten to the puck by Clark, who got back to reverse it up to the Hordes. Brought back now by Byfield. Left wing pass out of the reach of everyone. Leafs take advantage, and Chris Tanev is sent it out and down the ice. Minute 20 to go in the power play. 5-2 is the score. Brought on now by Adrian Kempe. In across the line. LaFerriere drops it back to the point. Clark with a shot. That went high and wide. Far side. LaFerriere gets it back again. Clark closing. Doesn't shoot it. Centering pass this time. Went off a stick and went wide. As Kempe tried to get a redirect in front. Kopitar had it knocked away. Fiala getting it back to the point. No one there, though. And it's come all the way back to the blue line. Kings give the puck away. Now here's Marner. 2-on-1. Marner in over the line, going right to the net. Tried to roll it in. And the pad of Copley got out. I don't know if he was trying to do that or he just lost the handle on it. But it literally wasn't much of a shot.
No, I think it was just off the toe of the defenseman's stick that slowed it up enough for Copley to knock it out with his right pad.
Shot down into the Toronto end. That got past the goaltender, back of the goal. It comes to the point that Gavrikov trying to keep it in along the boards. Lewis does. They battle for it. The puck comes free. And Lorenz, with 4 seconds left in the penalty, has backhanded it down the ice, and the Leafs are 4 for 4 in the penalty kill. Ekman-Larsson heading to the bench. 6.5 minutes left in the third period. And the Leafs trying to put the finishing touches to this one as Riley plays it up the boards, and it'll bounce to the line and out. Domi couldn't get it any further, but Riley has it under control. He'll go D to D, and it is tipped ahead off the stick. Benoit and Domi getting it down into the offensive zone. Kings rally right back up ice. Lee dropping it off now, and a shot was deflected off the pad of McCabe into the corner. Played by Burrows back to the point. Pass intercepted. Brought on by Tanev to center. He's just going to buy the rest of the rink and send it deep into the Kings zone. Mickey Anderson starts back for Los Angeles. Launched in on the wing by Lee. Benoit got there first. Grabbed off by Robertson. Robertson outlets on the wing for Ekman-Larsson. Along the boards. And chopped then by Pontus Holmberg down into the offensive end for Toronto. But Vogel is right back up ice now for the Kings. Played deep into the zone. Out of the net, goaltender Stollers. He pumped it off the glass, and it caroms up into the screen and goes out of play. And a stoppage of play with 5:23 to go, third period. The Leafs hanging on to a 5-2 lead, trying to put the finishing touches away on this one. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kochetkov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Must be a lot of people from Stouffville at the game tonight. They're all trying to catch the 10-11 train. It's lower. It's almost empty.
That's why I asked you when we went to commercial. I said, are Leafs up or down 5-2? Yeah, that's got to be lower bowl. 50% are gone.
Oh, yeah. Face off to the left in the Toronto zone. I'll save my comments any further on this matter till playoffs. Thank you. Still like my idea of the steam whistle. I don't know. That never got to.
That'd be great from Matthews. Scored 3 in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah. Back to the point it comes. The Kings keep it in. Carry him around to the far side. Marner. He's just going to flip it out to Nyes. Nyes would like to get to the red line, but can't get it in. And then the Kings bring it in offside with 4:52 remaining to be played in the third period. The Leafs have had 2 shots on goal in this period.
Yeah, I mean, which is, typical that you're holding on to a lead and there's going to be a push coming back. We thought that push was early in the second period when the Kings came out and dominated the Leafs but didn't find the back of the net. But as much as you tell yourself, play the same way as you did to start the game, it's in the back of your mind. We got a big lead. We don't really have to push as much.
Here's Nylander in with a shot, and that's taken on the chest by Copley. And the native of North Pole, Alaska, where Mr. Ralph only knows one other person. Now, you know there's a factory up there. There's a lot of elves up there as well.
I don't know them.
Well, you know the one person, though. What about Mrs.? What about the Mrs.?
No.
You don't know the Mrs.?
Never met.
Mrs. Claus? No? So who came up with the idea we're going to name some city in Alaska North Pole?
Well, I've been Googling enough stuff tonight. We've never.
Is it the real North Pole?
Yeah, but Kitty Bar the door.
Yeah, it's Katie. Katie Bar the door. I always thought it was Kitty.
Yeah.
All right. Learn something new every day. Back to the point. Leafs keeping it in with a shot that deflected and went off the glove of Copley into the far corner. Now the Leafs steal the puck again, but can't get it out in front. Matthews tried to chip it back.
Got a penalty coming for the
slashing call coming here. Is it going to the Kings? Their door seems to be open. Slashing penalty going to Kyle Burrows.
Now this might be a bit of a soft one, but the Leafs will take it. And Craig Berube is coming right back out with the big boys. Obviously, they finally get a power play goal in this game tonight in the second period.
Draw one by Toronto. Ekman-Larsson walks the line, gets it off to Nylander on the right wing side. Down behind the net to Tavares. Off on the wing to Marner. Bank pass back to Ekman-Larsson. He walks the line. Kept in by Matthews with a chap in front of the net. Backhand try. The puck squirted up into the air, and Copley was able to get his glove on it. Power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy fall to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today.
Are you surprised Craig Berube goes with 1D on the power play? A lot of times when you got a lead in the third period, just as a precautionary measure, you use 2 defensemen.
Well, with a 3-goal lead and the power play not really going all that well, I guess this is might as well an opportunity to at least practice it, right?
Yeah.
Although if you're the opposition, you're going, okay, they're trying to rub it in a little there. Now here's Marner. Through center, couldn't get across the line. Has to retraces steps to find Ekman Larsson. He got it ahead. Matthews couldn't get in. Tavares against the boards. Matthews couldn't come up with it. Nylander does, and he'll gain the zone. Off on the wing it goes to Marner. Pass back into the corner. Nylander centers. Tavares trying to get a shot at the net. The goaltender had committed himself with a two-pad stack, and the net was empty, but Tavares was at a real sharp angle. Marner keeping the puck in, works back at the blue line. Dishes off to Ekman Larsson. Cross-ice pass in front of the net. Nylander fed it wide. Tavares gets it back to Matthews. Near boards. Matthews saucers in for Marner. Down low. Tavares scores! Backhand by John Tavares. And the Leafs will make it 6-2 on another power play goal.
And you love this. John Tavares goes to the net. Gets the pass from Marner at the top of the crease. And the LA defense had spread out and left Tavares alone. And he just simply, almost nonchalantly, ships the backhand past Phoenix Copley to put the Leafs up 6-2. Marner and Matthews will both get assists on this.
So the power play gets a couple. And the Maple Leafs have been opportunistic, scoring 6 goals on 26 shots.
Yeah, 3 points for each. Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews.
Is that some sort of a hint as far as the 3 stars are concerned?
I hope so.
Played down into the corner. And Liljegren will play it off the boards to center, where it's quickly shot back into the Toronto end. Camp gets it ahead, but the Leafs unable to track it down. And the Kings will play it in on the right side. Jeannot down along the boards, lost it. Back of the net goes Morgan Rielly. Rielly will pound it on the boards, but doesn't get it out. Kings send it down around back of the net for Alex Turcotte. He couldn't come up with it, and Bobby McMahon starts back to get it just out into center ice. Kings try to bring it right back in again. Clark down the left wing boards. Has it knocked away. Rielly pounding after it, and then finally comes free and out at center ice, fed there by Nick Robertson. Kings back in again. They have had the territorial advantage. They've not had much hunting luck, and the Maple Leafs certainly have had a lot of that here this evening, scoring 6 goals on 26 shots. Moore for the Kings, trying to work out in front. It goes off a stick, and Karam's off another stick to center ice. Kings get it back in over the line. Leafs, McMahon gets it banked off the glass to center, and the final seconds will tick down. As LA gets across the line, the Maple Leafs record will improve to 3-1-0, 6 points. And their home record 2-0. As the Kings play it on the outside, and then a shot from the point whistles high over top of the net, and it is Reeves getting to center and flipping it down into the offensive zone. Reeves goes in with a hit there on Burrows. The puck along the boards back of the net, and Brant Clark will just play it out and into center ice area. 10 seconds left in the game.
Gotta love that, the way Ryan Reeves still takes the body. 20 seconds left.
And the time will run out. Well, a lot of check marks tonight. Big boy got on the board. Austin Matthews scores his first. Power play gets a couple. They're opportunistic. Their goaltending, I thought, was solid.
Yep.
And probably didn't deserve to have the 2 goals scored against them.
No, and probably some understated plays by Anthony Stolarz early in the second period, when LA at that point really could have mounted a comeback. So the Leafs surviving. When you get up 3-0 after the first period, There are going to be moments where the opposition's going to push, and you're going to get back on your heels a bit. And the Leafs survived it in the second period and kind of survived it in the third, but by then the hill was a little too big for the LA Kings to climb.
I'm off to Sudbury to be a part of the George Armstrong celebration tomorrow. I will see you on Saturday.
You're not going to take me to Sudbury?
If you'd like to go.
Hey, being from the zoo.
You've been.
Being from the zoo.
Yeah, that's sort of like going to the big city.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be allowed. They don't even want me in the zoo. I'm pretty sure they don't want me in Sudbury.
All right, we've got Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart standing by with the postgame show. The Leafs win it by a score of 6-2. Join us on Saturday night when the New York Rangers arrive to tangle with the Maple Leafs. We'll be on the air at 7 o'clock. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB post.
Cheers, Insiders, to another amazing night here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you for hanging out with us during this game. As always, I will let the postgame run. That's what we do here. We let the postgame go till it's over so that you, the fans, can stay up to date on your Leafs to the best of your ability. So thanks for hanging out with us. The postgame shall run. Check if you hit that like button. Don't leave without hitting that like button. And go Leafs go. Cheers, everybody.
Are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kickoff making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. He's going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role, maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And the time will run out. Well, a lot of check marks tonight. Big boy got on the board. Austin Matthews scores his first. Power play gets a couple. They're opportunistic. Their goaltending, I thought, was solid. Yep. And probably didn't deserve to have the 2 goals scored against them. 6-2, the final score as Bonesy and Ralphie sum it up at the end of the game. Welcome to Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Anthony Stewart, and Ralphie kind enough to hang around. And Ralphie, you guys talked about it at the end of the game. Good goaltending from Stolarz in the second period when there was a sag, but there was also a couple of key saves he made at the end of an LA power play about 5 minutes into that period. That, I mean, he really kept them in there, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's almost going back to when Ken Dryden played for the Montreal Canadiens. A lot of times Habs would score 4, 5, 6 goals in a game, but there was that one moment when the opposition could have got back into it, could have taken a lead, and even though he wasn't required to steal a game, just make the timely saves when you had to, and everybody else will do their job. So I thought Stolarz was great again, and I think from a Leaf standpoint, I think they'd only given up 2 5-on-5 goals coming in. So, 4 even strength goals in 4 games, that's probably as impressive a stat as any from a Toronto standpoint.
Yeah, one of the main themes tonight as well was the power play, and it's good to see them score 2 goals tonight with Nylander scoring his third of the year, Tavares getting one at the end. Wasn't the cleanest on the entries. I know Berube wants to clean it up and enter a little bit more cleaner, but what were your thoughts on them scoring 2 tonight?
Well, I know the Willie Nylander goal, I mean, it was one of those where you say, this wasn't your typical power play goal. This was more the Craig Berube, we got to get more to the net, which is why Oliver Ekman-Larsson is now on the point in the power play. Very good at getting the puck through. And even with Tavares, it was pretty simple. Get somebody in front and get it to the net and let Tavares finish. So, it was one of those things, just like with Austin Matthews, eventually it was going to come. And it was nice that it was able to be with Willie Nylander, who wasn't supposed to be in this game. A lot of people thought he was going to miss, as Tavares did on Saturday night with an illness. But the Nylander goal, it's a shot from the top of the right wing circle. Traditionally, this power play would have passed off 4 or 5 times looking for a better look. So I think that was the positive of getting the power play going. It was a simple play. You got a lane to the net, get it there, and you've got so many guys that can fire the puck. You are going to get your rebounds and redirections, and guys are going to snipe.
Another key point for me, actually, was when they're down 5-2, when the Kings are down 5-2 and pushing, Leafs call a 30-second timeout. I thought that was well-timed, and it seemed to be effective. The Leafs seemed to be collapsing at that point.
Well, 30-second timeout, and Berube comes back with the 4th line, as if he wanted a little extra time to talk to the other 3 lines that were still on the bench. And I tell you, you've got to love the 4th line, even if you get to the point where you've got guys cycling in and out of the lineup. But I think Steven Lorentz really has a chance to be as popular as any player simply because of the story. And, we've seen all the stuff on social media, how he said this, I'm going to play for the Toronto Maple Leafs one day, and does it, and to do it in a 4th line role, to get the opportunity. You have the physicality. Ryan Reeves, 20 seconds left in the game, and he still takes the man to the corner, which is what you want. I mean, that's Craig Berube's style of hockey, is that you don't let up. So David Kampf was solid again. So there are a lot of things that you look at this team and you say, they're different. They're winning. They're different. And it's going to be interesting to see how that translates through the season. When you get everybody going offensively, do they slowly slide back to some of the bad habits they've had in the past? Or is this really going to be a heavier, tougher team through 82 games to play against?
Austin Matthews had a goal and 2 assists for second star honors tonight, and he finally broke that goose egg. Was there any concern that he was going to maybe fall behind on maybe his trending from last year?
No, and I think the last time he started a season, we were talking about this pregame. The last time he started a season without scoring in the first 3 games, he went on to score 60 in the next 70. So, yeah, I think it's, he's going to get his goals. Whether it's 45, whether it's 55, 60, Austin Matthews is going to get there. But I also think he would be the first to tell you that that's not what it's about this year. If you see the goal totals drop to 45 or 50 and they advance a lot further in the postseason, nobody's going to care. Yeah. And I think they've all had enough accolades in the regular season to say it's nice, we've got to be good enough to get to the playoffs. You'd like to have home ice advantage in every round, but they still know this is all part of a process of where they want to be in April.
So we've seen in a number of games, I think in every game, maybe the Montreal game's different, but the other games where there's a period of time where they're spending too much time in their own zone. If this was last year and that was happening, they'd go to the stretch pass and look for the goal. But they seem to be able to play through that differently.
Yeah, and this time last year, they may not have gotten the goaltending to get them through it. So, I mean, everything's related, right? You feel that your goalie's going to come up with a big save. Just protect him on rebounds. Let him see it. And you're right. There are little things that you saw. Even I thought there were a number of times where the Leafs would have passed it, tried to make a play, passing it into the zone, and it was dump and chase. And it was, I believe it was the Nylander line. You're saying, I don't know if this would have happened a year ago. I think that would have been, let's try to force it through the middle. Let's try to pull up and get guys going. And like I said, it'll be interesting to see, because at some point they're going to hit a rough patch, and you wonder if it's going to be, remember how we used to do it? You go long, and I'll hit you. So it'll be the whole season, I think, is going to be a work in progress to get to the way they want to play come April.
Is it safe to say Bobby McMahon has carved out a permanent role in the top six? I know it's early, but again, he showed really good speed tonight, tenacious on pucks, and he seems like he's buying in to Craig Berubé's style of hockey, sitting those first games. Yeah,
and you know what's funny, and we talked about this during the game, that as devastating as it was to lose Austin Matthews for some games in the series against Boston last year, to lose Willie Nylander, they didn't have Bobby McMahon. And he's one of those straight-line guys with some finish. And if you remember, it was a game back in February last year. Mitch Marner and John Tavares both ended up out of the lineup with the flu. And Bobby McMahon, who was going to be a scratch, gets into the lineup and scores his first NHL hat-trick. 2 games later, has a 2-goal game. He went on a great run and made the most of his opportunity. You could understand if he was upset at the start of the year. He's not in the lineup opening night. Are you going to pout? No, you're going to score the next night in New Jersey and keep rolling from there. So he is a guy that, like I said, as much as they missed Matthews and Nylander in the playoffs, Bobby McMahon is one of those guys that's straight line, big, physical, and has a pretty good set of mitts on him.
I think also when we're talking about differences between now and then in their own zone was negotiable how they got out. When you see OEL and Tanev, it's just done so efficiently. It's gone. It's out.
I love Ekman Larsson. I mean, there was a play made in the first period in behind the Leaf net. He's just a little chip, 2-foot chip. Past the guy coming around. Leafs have an easy out. I mean, nobody's going to look at that and say, what a spectacular play. But Stewie, you play with certain defensemen that always have that way of getting the puck out, whether it's off the glass, whether Ekman Larsson's also great at flipping it from his own end just to get it out of the zone. And Tanev, I think, came as advertised, but Ekman Larsson, to me, is to watch him on a regular basis now. You look at that and you go, man, this is a wily, smart veteran defenseman.
Tough game to really give a full assessment on, but what are your thoughts on Timothy Liljegren? He didn't play too much, but I didn't notice him until the second period, which that's a good thing, right? I think he made some simple plays, but it just seems like he's fighting the puck a little bit, or almost as if he's playing a little bit scared. But what are your thoughts on his first game?
Yeah, and as soon as you get that, and I think it's worse at home, the fear to make a mistake, where it's you start to overthink and instead of just allowing your instincts to take over. I'm sure it's difficult because most people thought in the summer coming into training camp he was going to be in your top 6. Now you got a big guy from Dallas.
Hakanpää. Yeah, Timmins.
Is going to be coming in. You're battling with Connor Timmins for ice time. It's not a comfortable spot to be in. And probably, like we said, you sign the contract, you come into training camp, you think that you would have played 3 games by now instead of making your debut. Dallas had some people here tonight. Yeah. Liljegren's in the lineup. Does that go through your head? that this is a showcase game. It's hard to say, but it's. I agree with you, Stewie. It looked like almost opening night jitters for him getting into his first game.
Yeah, and then clearly when everybody's healthy, somebody has to go. There's the numbers of getting the roster numbers, and there's the cap number. So, I mean, you could easily do some math there, but,
I've never easily done math.
Sorry to hear that. I've easily done it, but it was always wrong. But I mean, somebody's got to go. I don't know who that is.
Well, and then you got Connor Dewar still coming back as well. I mean, you've got some decisions to make. You look at the amount of cap space they've got, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But I will say this: I think Brad Treliving has done an outstanding job. That you're talking about, boy, it's a tough decision who you move, rather than saying you got to get rid of this guy. There's everyone you've got is a legitimate NHL player, and you're overflowed right now with them. But as we saw, I mean, let's not forget, even on the defensive side of things, Simon Benoit wasn't slated to be a top 6 player on the Leafs. He was a depth guy. And then all of a sudden you lose Riley, you lose Liljegren, you lose Connor Timmins coming out of training camp, and all of a sudden, good thing you've got a little bit of depth on the blue line.
Well, and the depth is a right-handed shooting defenseman in Liljegren. I mean, that's got to be fair market value, right?
Yep, and that's why it's probably easy to see that he and Timmins at this point anyway, you could swap in and out. They're both similar in some ways that they move the puck well out of their own zone, and as you said, both righties.
Well, you talk about that competition element right now, and from the fan standpoint, they're almost worrying, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? But can you just talk on how that competition could be good for teams, pushing each other, knowing that, hey, if I'd have a bad night or a bad couple of games, I might be on the outside looking in. How does that raise the overall expectations and play of the team?
Well, I mean, again, we can go to Bobby McMahon. You're not in the lineup opening night. You're a 15-goal scorer last year. So what do? You get in the lineup the next night, and then you find the back of the net, and you get 2 more tonight. So I think it's great. And it's I think players realize, too, that there are enough injuries and guys go through slumps during the course of the season. You're going to get your chance. Sometimes the wait is a lot longer than you want it to be, but over the course of a long season, you're going to get an opportunity, and you have to be ready for it. And it's not about necessarily having the mindset that I've got to win the job, but just take advantage of the opportunity that's in front of you whenever it comes.
Probably the best example of that is Pacioretty plays in the first power play unit all week. Nylander doesn't skate. Nylander goes in the warm-up and is good enough to play, and Pacioretty doesn't play, and Nylander has a good night.
Yeah, and it's, I think, whether it's Liljegren or Timmins, or if it's Pacioretty and McMahon, whoever you want, or even Steven Lorenz, if he fits into one of the guys that might be in and out of the lineup. I think it's great to have that depth. Like we always said, if you think you got too many players, when the season starts, just wait. Because usually you end up, like you look at the LA Kings now, 3 rather significant injuries to Doughty, Edmondson, and Darcy Kemper.
Yeah.
And, coming into the start of the season, you thought, boy, there's a lot of guys that we're not going to need, but they started to need them in a hurry.
I'm obviously the rookie of the group too, and usually when I watch a game from this up top, it's usually as a player as a healthy scratch. But is it a different feel? It's a different feel. This is my first time doing a game up here too, but I just felt the energy. I just felt the calmness. I just felt a little bit different than watching it and covering this Leafs the last couple of years. How about for you? Does it feel different this year?
And there's so many overused cliches, but they manage the game. You're not going to play the perfect 60 minutes. You're going to have moments where you get caught back in your heels in your own end. You're going to make mistakes and turnovers. But you never felt, even the Pittsburgh game where they give up the first goal, you never felt the game was getting away from them, that there was any kind of panic that they were going to self-destruct. And it feels different. The way they're playing, they've been better defensively. I like the goaltending more than I have in maybe the last 10 years or 20, maybe 20. When did Eddie Belfour leave? But I mean, there's just the comfort level with what we've seen, whether it was Hildeby, you get Wall back, and Stolarz has been great.
Yeah, just continuing on that too, just managing almost the outside noise where there hasn't really been mention of what's going on with Wall or the Marner contract or stuff like that too. I think they've managed that, and that's a great job on management and the coaching staff as well.
And it's the one guy that you would like to see going offensively and stuff. I don't know what Nick Robertson ended up with ice time tonight. I think he was around 14 minutes with Pittsburgh on
14:39.
Yeah, so not quite getting those minutes where you expect him to put points up, but you really hope that the great preseason he had, he'd get off to a start and just bank in a couple. But the one thing with Nick Robertson, which again, as Stewie was just saying, could have been a distraction, could have been a problem coming into training camp. You've got to give him credit because he continues to work. That's one thing. He is noticeable every shift he's on the ice.
Ralphie, thanks for hanging around.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah.
I'll text you in 3 hours when the traffic clears.
I'll be asleep by then.
Get home on the 35th of February.
Thanks, guys.
Stu, to go back to what you were saying about the difference, for me, it's just that lack of that. How do I say it? The singular sort of default where I'm going to decide this, or I'm going to take the team and decide that this is the play that's going to sort of solve things, as opposed to playing as a unit and working out the problem together and playing within the system. I mean, we used to see teams come in here all the time that would do that, and even though they weren't winning that particular night, they didn't resort to anything. They just kept playing their system.
And Ralphie, described that perfectly. Sometimes they were cheating the game where they were down a goal, or they were stuck in their zone and they try to hit that home run play, or someone goes end to end and tries to make that perfect play to get back into the game. But you can see that structure. You can see them buying in, and it's one thing to talk about the system and play it. They feel like they're believing in the system. And for me, I'm looking for players like the Nylanders and the Matthews now to take their game to an even higher level if that's possible, because they have the defensive ability now. They're playing the right way. They've always have played the right way, but now with that extra element and attention to detail, I think it's going to elevate them to a whole other level.
The way I would try to describe it to people is, you look at the team that wins the Stanley Cup and tell me what they look like when they win, and tell me what they look like when they lose. Is it that different? It isn't, is it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so too. But we talk about that accountability, and Berube called that timeout after that second goal. It's still 5-2. It's not like it's 4-2 or 4-3. They're still running away with that game. But I think it was just, hey, we have to hit a reset here. He's understanding this group. He's learning this group on a daily basis. But I think that is a great, great indicator of what this group is capable of, but just what the expectations are. Saying, yes, it is 5-2, but we have to stick to the sticks, and we can't go away from what we're trying to do to make us successful. So for me, the belief in the system now is seeing, yes, the third or fourth line guys have to play that system. If not, they're going to be out of the lineup. But now seeing the top line guys find that success while playing that as well.
Yeah, it's sort of for me like a collision of events. Stolarz with the two good saves on the end of an LA power play. Then LA makes it 5-2. Then Berube calls the timeout, and shortly after that, OEL goes into the penalty box, and that was a really good penalty kill by the Leafs. They almost scored in that penalty kill. That's kind of important too.
And that could have been a recipe for a disaster. Yeah, right? You saw those two penalties. And I'm like, in years past, and I hate bringing up the past, but you're like, oh, here we go again. It's going to be 5-3, 5-4. They're going to pull a goalie and get back into it. But I think what they understood was, okay, here's an LA team coming in. They're a little bit vulnerable after blowing a 3-1 and 4-2 lead against the Ottawa Senators last game. And they came in, and it was crucial to have a great start, and they came in and put the pedal to the metal right away. So they're executing, they're playing safe, and ultimately they're getting their saves. And I'd like to go back to the last couple games. The teams have only had 1 or 2 shots against in those first 6, 7, 8 minutes. So it gives the goaltenders an opportunity to get into the game, get into a rhythm, and almost just relax and just coast from there.
6-2, the Leafs win over the LA Kings. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Firefighter Finn McHose, that's a nickname, right? Needed help contending with a blaze of debt. He called Alpine Credits and a superhero was sent his way. Summoning water, she extinguished the fire and consolidated his debt into one low monthly payment. His floors may be wet, but his debt is under control. Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Fall for Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never blue. Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Leafs game night. They win 6-2 over the visiting LA Kings. Welcome back to Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Austin Matthews with his first goal of the season happened at 8:49 of the first period. Whiffed on the first attempt, and the second one went in so fast nobody saw it. I mean, it was a laser. Here's Austin Matthews, and what allowed the Leafs to be so dominant tonight.
I think just a good start. Solid throughout. Slowly made some big saves. I thought we defended pretty well, and just contributions from all four lines, and we were able to roll four lines, throughout the game, and just roll them over like that. I think it can make it pretty hard on the opposition.
What have you seen from Bobby since the healthy scratch and just coming back from a disappointing end of last season injury-wise right now?
Yeah, he just looks hungry out there, and he's making plays, making good on his opportunities. He's an easy guy to play with. He works extremely hard on both ends of the puck, so it's great to see him get rewarded.
Good to see a couple power play goals fall tonight just for the stress of the culture.
Stress? What do you mean?
People outside.
Putting your words in my mouth. It's always good to get that going. Obviously, it wasn't great the first couple games. Just trying to find a little bit. So anytime you see the puck go in on the power play a couple times, you can take that momentum and just continue to build off of it.
How about yourself after getting Brooks through the first three games, also getting him to fall tonight?
Yeah, it always feels nice. You want to contribute every night, and it's not going to go in every night. It's good to see one fall and a little bit of the weight lifted off your shoulders a bit, and just go out there and play and compete. And so it's nice.
We haven't seen Craig overly animated behind the bench. What was the message in the timeout there?
Just getting our game back, squared away, taking care of the puck, being harder in our zone. There was times in the game, early in the second, there in the third period, where the momentum kind of shifted, and we needed to grab it back, and I think that was just kind of the messaging in that timeout.
What do you notice about Domi when he gets thrown into the middle there, and what that does to his...
Yeah, he's really versatile. I think he can play really any position, and with his skill set, the way he sees the ice, anytime he plays center, you just see the amount of plays that he can make when he's got the puck and distributing out of the middle. So, he can play all over, but it's good to have guys like that can fill in the spots when needed.
So, there's a couple of angles here, and we haven't talked about it, but we're talking about depth in forwards in terms of numbers, but also the versatility, the mix and match that the coach can do is kind of impressive too, isn't it?
Yeah, and it started off in training camp where you saw Nylander with a small sample size being in the middle, but you're seeing Domi, and I think he's a really good injector of speed and enthusiasm. And you're taking a look at the stats, you might think he's having a quiet season, but he's making some big plays, and he's tied for the team lead with 5 points, all 5 assists, and we know he's an assist machine too, and Marner as well. So I think it's good, and I deal with a lot of young players as well, and you've got to have that versatility and being able to play left wing, right wing, center. So the fact that you can slide guys up and down. Tavares looks very comfortable playing in that third line role as well, center as well. There's no ego in the game. So I think when you have top 9 players that can skate and make plays, it doesn't necessarily matter if you're number 1, 2, or 3. And going back to when I was playing, I was on the 4th line, but I was playing first line power play minutes. So I'm like, I don't care where I play as long as I get on the power play. So I think for Tavares, him playing with Holmberg and Robertson, I think they had a pretty good game. He was noticeable. But again, that competition, knowing, hey, I might be the third line center one night, but if I have a great night, I might be playing on the top line. So everyone's interchangeable, and those are the signs of having a pretty decent team.
Yeah, and I have to believe that if you're a player, you're much more engaged because, you're not just doing one thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough if you're a winger and you're just stuck on getting pucks out, but it changes your responsibility, but it makes you watch the game and be in the game involved, saying, hey, you know what, I might be starting off on the wing, but now it's the end of the second period. I got to go win a big draw because it's on the left side and I'm a left winger, a left shot that can win that draw. So you get more involved when you're playing, but sometimes, in the National Hockey League, it's 82 games. It's a grind. It's easy to say, you know what, next week or next 5-game segment. But when you have a coach that is micromanaging every shift, it forces you to dig in. That's a code word that we've been using now a while here in the National Hockey League, digging in and really bringing your best every single game, because that's what you need to sort of get those habits straight, especially when they're going to come in handy, and that's in the playoffs.
Well, I was just going to say, that's how you play in the playoffs, isn't it?
You need easy wins. You need easy wins. In an 82-game season, you can't have, what was the Leafs last year, 11 comeback wins or 11 overtime wins or something like that. But when you're fighting and scratching and clawing to get into every single game, or you're scratching and clawing to get the win, emotionally and mentally it is draining, and that's sometimes where you've seen this Leaf group, they've ran out of gas, not just physically but mentally in the playoffs. So tonight's a perfect example. Yes, there was some lapses here and there, but you knew probably from the midpoint of that game they're probably going to cruise to an easy win. You need to have those consistently to have success in today's NHL.
Well, and the comebacks, as you say, but also the self-inflicted wounds, that requires a lot of energy and play to make up for, and like you say, if you're constantly doing that, at some point you just run out.
You do, and I like that the noise has been quieted. And it's our job to talk about the storylines, but another day on social media talking about the power play, I don't think I can handle it. I don't think I can handle it.
But you knew it had a short shelf life.
Yeah, we know. And that's where I asked Ralphie about, does it feel different? Because for me it does, because in any other year, that storyline of the goaltending and the contract statuses and guys being healthy scratched, that noise could almost outweigh the success or what's going on with the team. So the fact that they've quieted it down just shows it's different, not just on the ice, but behind the bench and upstairs as well.
Well, look, there's a lot of things that we would have keyed on in the past. Certainly, Austin Matthews' game-by-game performance, same for Mitch Marner, same for John Tavares, and the same for Nylander. I don't think there's any mystery there. But as time goes on, as the disappointment mounts, as the people change, and when you've got pretty well an entirely new coaching staff and the scar tissue that's there, this is the right time to make all those changes. And people make changes all the time, but when they sort of all come together, when it is the right time, it's pretty clear. I think that's where we are here.
It is. And when we talk about the change and the differences as well too, a lot of the stars, they could have just said, you know what, I'm going to pack my bags and demand this trade or get out of here or not commit to this group long term. And yes, it's a tough market. There's high expectations from the fan base, but I think deep down they know if they win, they're going to be legends. And I do a lot of charity events with Wendell Clark and Darcy Tuckers and former Leafs, and the respect that they get in every single arena, everywhere in this city, you can't put a price tag on that too. So I really, really want to value that commitment that this group has made. Win, lose, or draw, I think that's a big, big commitment they've made, and I think this can be the group that gets it done.
And some of the confidence, you really can't explain it. Ralphie talked about the goaltending. I think all of us are pretty happy with what they have for a 10. And we go 1, 2, 3, 4, even down to Matt Murray, and there's no real numbers to back any of it up. It just looks like it's going to work out.
I don't know. Maybe they have a team hypnotist. Maybe they're all hypnotized to believe that.
I just think it's just been so much of the other stuff that it was time.
Right. And the fact that, Hildebee's played a game and he's done well. Yeah. Stolarz is coming in playing solid. It's just like there's no panic. And that's kudos to a coach that's coming in and really setting those expectations, but that belief. So kudos to Berube and his coaching staff. A lot of veteran guys that have played a lot of games that have had starring roles in this National Hockey League. It's wearing off and it's rubbing off on this Leafs group.
Okay, we'll step out, come back and hear from the head coach right after this. 6-2, the Leafs win over the LA Kings. This is Leafs Game Night, live from Scotiabank Arena on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
I think C.J. Stroud just has that poise. Plays like he's been in the league 10 or 12 years.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Brock Purdy's playing unbelievable. I think kind of quietly he's just been brushing it.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins.
Each week has been continuous improvement. Let's keep that going.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio. Channel 88.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than Sirius XM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the Sirius XM app. Just search FC.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite Sirius XM FC shows on the all-new Sirius XM app, now available for all subscribers.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs game night live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. 6-2 the Leafs win. And here is head coach Craig Berube on his assessment of the performance tonight.
I thought our special teams were excellent. Goalie was really good. We had a good first period, I thought. Got a lead. Second period, they came out and pushed hard early, and thought we regained our poise and, our game a little bit. But then the third, I thought that we were just sloppy a little bit.
Is that the issue at 5-on-5 for you, sloppiness?
Yeah.
How do you get one decision to keep Max Pacioretty out of the lineup tonight?
That's just a decision I made. That's it.
Craig, Anthony was talking after the game, just saying that he sort of takes it upon himself to be calm because he knows how it might affect the other team if they see him that way. So for you as a coach, how important is that to have a goalie who just looks so calm at all times back there?
Well, I think it's important, and not only for the goalie, but everybody. Body language is big, and composure's huge. I thought Stoli had great composure tonight in net. That team, they shoot a lot of pucks from up top, and they got traffic all the time, but he was really poised in the net tonight.
How encouraging is it that Domi, Nylander, and McMahon seem to have a little chemistry going?
Yeah, it's good. Really good. I thought, they had a good game overall, all three of them. That's important for us, putting the puck in the net, too.
What's Bobby showing specifically since the opening night?
Well, he's got speed, Bobby, and he finished tonight, which was good to see. But he's a power forward. That's how we should think the game, night in and night out, as being a power forward with his skating and his size. He doesn't have to complicate the game. He's going straight lines and bang bodies and get to the net and score goals around the net.
What did you think of Timothy's game tonight?
He was fine. He's out there killing penalties, and he got, 14 minutes, 5-on-5? I don't know what it was, the minutes, but, he was pretty solid.
What's the message to Max after a scratch like tonight, after ready?
There's no message. It's like we have guys, we have extra players, and not everybody can play every night. That's the bottom line. He's been fine when he's played, but I got to make decisions as a coach, and I'm going to make those decisions what I think is best for the team.
What sort of growth did you see for the power play tonight?
What's that?
What sort of growth did you see for the power play tonight?
They attacked and shot. We could have had one in the first PP. Austin had a great opportunity. We had a couple of real good opportunities that didn't click, but I thought they stayed with it. Great they had way better movement and puck play tonight in the power play overall. I think the one in the second period wasn't very good. Couldn't get set up and create some zone time, but overall, I thought our special teams won us the game tonight and our goalie.
That is the head coach after it's over. And this guy answers a question, doesn't he? I like that.
He makes decisions.
Yeah. That first power play he was talking about, John Tavares was camped, and somehow he couldn't find the net.
Yeah, but I think the key point that he made in talking about the power play, they attacked more, right? And sometimes you get a little bit stagnant to pass along the outside, up, down, across, try to find seams. And LA is a big team that takes up a lot of space in that D zone. They have great sticks, some long defensemen. So the fact that they were, not afraid to shoot the puck, and OEL is one of those guys up there that can be a trigger guy. We saw Nylander come downhill and rifle it top shelf for his third goal of the year too. So again, they have so many options. I think that's the problem. They have too much abundance and then too much talent, and then sometimes you can get into trouble. So when you simplify that, and when that's the messaging from the coach, simplify, attack, shoot, you're going to have more nights like tonight than the previous 3 games.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. They seem to defer to each other. When the guy had the puck, instead of shooting, I got to find.
Yeah, right. It's like if Marner's coming downhill 9 times out of 10, he's going to probably try to find Austin or cross seam. But he's another guy. He has a great shot. You saw his goal he scored the other night against Pittsburgh. So I think what they need to do is just have a little bit more volume. But what happens now, if your forte is not puck retrievals, there's a lot of one and done plays. You're a little bit hesitant to shoot. So I think they have a lot of practice time coming up, and I think they're going to practice that. Once you get the shot off, okay, now we got to anticipate the puck going into the corner and retrieving it and relieving it out of pressure. I think that's going to help make the power play more successful.
And the point-blank answer on who plays, that just sort of wipes out a lot of narratives, which I love.
Pacioretty's a big boy, right? Yeah. He's counted to 35. That's where he's getting his bonus, and I'm sure he's going to hit it if he stays healthy. Yeah. But that's competition, and I'm interested to see not what happens tonight with him getting scratched, but his next game. And I would not be surprised to see him have a big game. And I think that was one of the big motivators and indicators that McMahon was going to come in and have success, because you cannot rest on your laurels. There's a new sheriff in town. There's a new style coming in, and you're going to be judged by your practice habits, your attitude, your fitness, and you got to perform every single night. If not, there's going to be 1 or 2, maybe 3 guys waiting to come and take your position. So it's going to be a long season. We heard Ralphie talk about it. There's going to be probably 15, 16 forwards when it's all said and done. So to really, get head over heels on what happened in Game 4 with the guy sitting out, that's life for the NHL, and Pacioretty understands that.
Well, I hate to keep going back to this, but that's how it is in the playoffs too. If you're not going to do your job, you're not playing the next game.
And I'm happy you said that, because I was sort of dumbfounded, the last couple of years doing media in the city. I'm like, this is regular. There's top guys that get scratched sometimes, right? And that's what it is. It's a high pressure situation. We are paid lots of money, and there's expectations to perform on a nightly basis. And for me, I always tell everybody, I was in the Floridas and the Carolinas, the Atlantas, where you wouldn't know you're having a bad game until the reporter comes up, hey, you haven't scored a goal in 19 games. I'm like, well, thanks for reminding me. I wish that I had a fan motivating me as I walk to my car to have a good game. I wish I played in this market, because I think I would have had a better career knowing that if I have a bad segment or a bad couple games, I'm going to be reading about myself on the front page of one of the newspapers.
Well, look, they have an entire new coaching staff, except for Mike Van Ryan. The head coach has recently won a Stanley Cup, and they brought in 3 players from a team that won the Stanley Cup last year. There's a reason for all that.
Yep, they're breeding excellence, and it's tough. I remember, and again, I keep reminiscing the good old days. I was on pace for, I think, about 60 points after 60 games, but game 60 to 80 is so hard, and we didn't really have any veteran leadership to get us through that, and we actually completely fell out of the playoff picture. So having guys that have been to the dance, that have won the ultimate prize, they're going to teach some of these guys that haven't had that success, that might have that talent, okay, we got to do things like this. Okay, maybe on the road we're going to do this or do that. So those habits talent that these championship coaches and players have brought in, I think is definitely going to be a major, major surplus for this group.
Just by watching, I mean, you're going to see a guy who won a Stanley Cup last year, and you're going to watch him play and go, oh, that's how it's done.
Yeah. And, you're looking at a guy like Lorentz and OEL who's rejuvenated his career.
Yeah.
So whether you're a superstar or not, whether you had a great season or not so great season, it's a clean slate for everybody, and you got to prove yourself every day starting tomorrow in practice.
Well said. Anthony, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Always great working with the Tap Man.
That's my motto. That's what I tell people, and very few people say it back to me, so I really appreciate that. 6-2, the Leafs win. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Justin. You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
I think the way that he's, handled his time in AZ, to his time here, to his captaincy here, that kind of story arc, he's handled it in a very mature and humble and stoic way where, he's not changing his game. He's not changing himself. He's not, changing how he interacts with the team. He's just, he's adding. So very excited to see, how he does and how he handles it as we get going here. But I'm expecting nothing but great things from him.
At one point, did you talk about playoffs? The team here is a little bit different. Outside, people are talking about playoffs or at least a push. For you, Ian, as a veteran, you heard me rhyme off your numbers earlier. What would constitute year one in Utah as a successful season on the ice?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we were talking baselines earlier. I mean, I think the playoffs should always be the baseline for any team that thinks that, that thinks they're good. I think we think that we have a good team here. There's no reason why we shouldn't be shooting for a playoffs. I'm not going to go and say that we're, a cup favorite or, but ultimately as a professional, you should want to win every game. You should want to win every series you play in the playoffs. You should want to win the Stanley Cup every single year. Whether that's doable or not, that's a different conversation, but that should be what the goal is. I think anything, if you're just shooting to, go 500 or like, we'll just leak in. No. We're going to try to win every single game we play. And if we're a good team, listen, we'll win a majority of them. And then we'll have a conversation about where we are as the season starts to come to an end. So, listen, I don't think that playoffs are out of the conversation by any means. But I think that with saying that, you don't want to have this macro view where you're counting, you're doing math with the points. And no, let's focus on game one. We're going to focus on game one. We're going to try to win game one. And regardless of what happens, we're going to focus on game two. And we're going to go win game two. And then we win game three. And you do it in that sequential order and that more micro view. And you have a good team and you have great coaches, which we do. You have a lot of success as the season goes over time. And I think that's the recipe to building a successful season.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach, came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91. He was on to promote his new book, Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench, and he took some time to talk about his career, specifically the regrets and the influences.
When you get a chance to sit down now and you think back on all these times, any regrets?
Yeah, of course you have regrets. I had the heat turned up quite a bit at my own distraction, so I could have, and I evolved, and even Greg, you just mentioned Greg Gilbert. He said, Mike, you're completely different here in New York than you were in Chicago. So you learn from your own mistakes, and for some reason I was so driven. I took it personally if we lost, personally, and I was miserable. And I could have probably managed the principles of my coaching career and what I thought was important, that I would always stay intact with those. But the methodology could have been turned down a bit and probably
a little too intense,
a little bit smoother,
a little too intense
at times, yeah. For sure.
Now, big names, Scotty Bowman, Roger Nielsen, Tom Watt. I mean, I don't know, mentors, friends. How did they all influence Mike Keenan?
Well, first of all, I played for Tom at University of Toronto, and then we developed a close relationship, and I would talk to him a lot about coaching. Now I'm in Peterborough. He'd come and see me, and we developed sort of a minor league team for him, because the guys that couldn't play for U of T right away, like Mike Polino, come out to play with me in Oshawa. And so we developed a relationship that way. But we talked a lot about hockey. He taught me more about hockey than anybody else. And then Roger and I have a relationship through Peterborough. We're getting now into the sort of the technical part of video replay and how that. And then I got Scotty Bowman, the greatest ever. He hires me for the first time, probably saw a little bit of himself in me. And he's calling me in the middle of the night after every game. He drives home from Rochester, and at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm not exaggerating, sometimes an hour conversation in the middle of the night. Why did you put Bob Mongrain on the penalty killing at that time? Like, okay, Scotty. But he was just, and he would test me all the time, and I just give him a firm belief in what I thought was right, and he respected that. So it was interesting and then we became friends over the years. It was a real 3 guys that really influenced my career.
That was Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach and author of Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench. He was in conversation with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for the morning skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, All games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
Former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, and he was asked about the long Alexei Kovalev shift during his time in New York, and he shared his side of the story about the skilled offensive talent that was Kovalev.
The Alexei Kovalev shift. I've heard 7 minutes. I've heard 9 minutes. Hey, you stay out there. You kind of figure it out. Describe to us what went into that. How long was a shift? Certainly Kovalev was a talent, that's for sure, but he was a bit of an enigma.
Super talent.
Yes.
And talented people sometimes are elusive. And Alex, I try to explain to him, you're getting 20 minutes, and I don't want the shifts to be 1 minute, so you have 20 shifts. I'm going to give you 40 shifts at 30 seconds so you can build the intensity up. Understand? Yeah, I understand, Mike. Goes out there. Of course, it's a minute and a half. I said, now, Alex, the guy that's supposed to be playing behind you just missed his shift because now we're going to the next rotation. You're out there for 2 rotations. Okay, Michael. So, again, next thing, does it again. So I said, oh, my God. So I said, okay, guys, this time when he comes back to the bench, it's now going to overextend his shift. He's going to be a little tired. Don't open the doors. He comes over and I said, get out. He thinks I love him now. Get back out there, I said. So then he comes over again. And now I said, guys, he's going to want to climb into the bench because he's done. I said, when he comes over, puts his leg up, push him back out. And they pushed him. But now they are laughing on the bench. This is in New York City. Right during the game, back there. So Alex figures it out. He scores a goal in the middle of this shift.
Wow.
He gets himself a rest. Stays out there. Finishes the period. So I think it's about 9 minutes. I walk off the bench and said, Mess, explain it to him, will you, please? He said, I will. Don't worry. I'll look after it. So as a result, we fast forward now to the playoffs in Game 6, playing New Jersey. In the Jersey series, I double shifted him. When he had to come back, and he was electrifying. Mess got the 3 goals, but Alex was a horse. And it's very talented, powerful. And the problem was he was so efficient that he could stay out, but he didn't grasp the concept of just picking up the intensity. You could see, he could dangle and hang onto the puck, and nobody could take it from him. He was resting while he was out there. So
in essence, it was a bit of a training ground for what was to come against the Devils at the most important time.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it turned out to be a good lesson for him, because that's what he did in that game. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I just said, Alex, I'm going to double shift you. Get ready. Don't be out too long.
That was former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan in conversation with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
Seth Jarvis from the Carolina Hurricanes joined the Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to discuss the preseason, improving as a player season to season, and after some playoff disappointments, what it's going to take to get to the next level.
From your standpoint here in 24, what has training camp and the preseason entailed so far for you?
It's kind of felt the same as every year before. Just kind of going out there, proving to myself and my teammates what I've been doing this summer has been working, and that I've just kind of been improving each and every day. And obviously, training camp's pretty long, so I think everyone's just ready to get the season going.
So we always wonder about some players that could go back to junior as 18 years old or 19 years old, and you played as a 19-year-old in Carolina. So now, first, when you look back at it, when did you get a sense you were going to stick with the NHL roster? Did the regular season start and you still was kind of an extended training camp? How did that all play out a few years ago?
Yeah, I was. It took probably maybe a month until I kind of knew I was staying. So it was a stressful time. I was sitting in the press box, kind of watching for a little while, and then finally kind of got my little shot and made the most of it. But yeah, there was probably a good solid month from when the actual season started that I had no idea where I was going to be.
So last season, 33 goals, 67 points. You take that next step up the ladder. What, and now in retrospect, was the key to you, do you think, Seth, in taking that step? You're still just 22, and like I said, there's probably another level that you can probably get to, and that's the way you feel about it. But last season was really a step in the right direction for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just felt good. I think a lot of it just had to do with confidence. I think you hear that a lot, but it really is a big factor in just being able to go out there and trust yourself and know that you're going to make mistakes and that's going to happen, but not let it kind of deteriorate you and affect the rest of your game. So I think just kind of the mentality I had last year of going out there, not being afraid to try stuff, not being afraid to really prove to myself that I am still an offensive player. And I think that's kind of what happened, and I'm just hoping to build off that now.
So, certainly a guy like Brendan Shanahan won Stanley Cups as a player. And I remember him as a team president kind of saying to the fan base when there's playoff disappointments, he goes, I know it's not a sexy answer, but you can't panic. You just have to go back at it again and do it again and commit in that regard. So having some playoff disappointments, I mean, how do you view it about trying to get to the next level as a team in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I think just for me, at least, it's just all about using it as kind of motivation, especially in times like now when camp's dragging on and you just want the season to start, just knowing what you're working for and why you're doing all those extra bag skates and all those extra workouts and stuff like that. But I mean, it's tough. It's something that you do dwell on, I think, a little bit. But when the time comes and playoffs start, everyone kind of erases that from their mind. It's a whole fresh kind of new season, and so I think for us it's just about learning from it, especially the younger guys in our team, and then leaning on our veterans when the time comes.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Buffalo Sabres. Penguins on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 941, Sabres on Internet 922. 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the LA Kings. Leafs on XM 219, Internet 946, Kings on Internet 932. 9:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the Boston Bruins. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 926, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Anaheim Ducks face the Utah Hockey Club. Ducks on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 920, Utah on Internet 947. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 16th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Utah Hockey Club defenseman Ian Cole joins Steve Kouleas and Anthony Stewart on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to talk about Captain Clayton Keller and their hopes for the first season in Utah.
I always hesitate to, directly compare players, but I'm a huge fan of Kells. He's been awesome to me since I've been here. Watching him, how he interacts with the team, he's a very mature guy, and